Hello, welcome to YETI Live Camp Day. We're so excited to have you here. Let's just start by introducing ourselves and maybe giving them a little sneak peek of what's ahead today.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Wonderful to be here finally. We've been planning this for a long time, so it's fantastic we're finally here. What are we going to be, the things that we're going to be doing today are some wonderful presentations from 4 people who have been so generous in their time and their knowledge to share with us. So we're starting off with, who are we starting off with, Amanda?
So we start with Amanda, who is actually a YETI alumni student. So we had her 2 years ago, and you'll hear a little bit more about her business during her presentation. But I think she's someone really awesome to hear from for our first presenter because she's just got really good advice. She's someone who kind of got to experience that young entrepreneurship firsthand. I believe she was either 17 or 18 when she went through the program. So I think you guys will learn a lot from her.
Yeah, Amanda was, we're lucky to have her still part of YETI. She actually joined YETI in 2019 and with her business. And so she's an alumni, she's gone through the process. And I guess we should start off by introducing a little bit about what YETI is. So we're a little bit all over the place, but that's okay. We'll get into the flow of this shortly. So YETI stands for Young Entrepreneurship Training Initiative, and we run out of Stony Plain, Alberta, and we're part of the Community Futures Capital Region programming. So we basically each year we support certain young entrepreneurs who apply to be part of the program, and we have some very generous sponsors who help us run the program. We support those entrepreneurs with some money at the beginning of the summer and the end of the summer, and they have a great time learning how to run their business.
Yeah, so I think our sponsors deserve a quick shout out. I would
Absolutely.
give them all the shout outs if I could. So our business sponsors this year are Next Gen Transportation and Elements Health. So huge thank you to both of you for making this whole year and event and everything possible. It's really businesses like yours that help us help young entrepreneurs. And yeah, I think it's just really important to see the value in young entrepreneurs, just like these businesses have. And we also have our municipal sponsors. So thank you to the town of Stony Plain and to Brazeau County as well. This wouldn't be possible without your help. So thank you so much.
And I guess this is a little bit different today because generally speaking, we only run this program for those young people who are local to Stony Plain, Community Futures Stony Plain. So that's usually Parkland County, Brazeau County, and Leduc County. But for today, what we decided to do for this COVID year was try and spread the message a little further and do this one-off YETI Camp Day so that we can reach as many young people as possible.
Yeah, so a little bit about us. My name is Amanda. I'm the projects officer at Community Futures Capital Region, which is the office that pretty much makes YETI possible as well. I've been with Community Futures for 3 years, so I've been able to watch the YETI program grow quite significantly, and it's something I'm like extremely passionate about and like one of the first things I tell people when I meet them. So I love being a part of YETI, and I love working with Sue, who helps me love YETI as much as I do.
I'm Sue. I'm the program manager here at Community Futures. And YETI is a passion project for me. We've been running it now for 6+ years, and it gets bigger and bigger each year. And each year we realize just how much support young people need to start their entrepreneurial journey, because there's not that much support out there for them anymore. So if you are watching this and you're a young entrepreneur or want to be young entrepreneur, then you're going to get some great tips today. You're going to hear some fabulous speakers, and hopefully we can give you that first step on the road to entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
So we probably should go back to talking about who the presenters are today.
Yeah, so we mentioned a little bit about Amanda's presentation, so you will be hearing from her first. After Amanda, we will be hearing from Natasha, the owner of Wicked Petals Candle Company. She is local to Edmonton and has grown and expanded her candle business like crazy in the past year. And I'm really happy to have her give you guys a presentation, and then we're actually going to join Amanda after her presentation to chat live, and then Natasha as well to chat live with them. So you guys will have the chance to ask them questions.
Yeah, I think Natasha particularly, if you follow her on Instagram, you're going to see a really great example of a young entrepreneur that has come to entrepreneurship after in a bit of a circuit. I can't use my words, a circular route, and she's now got a business which is thriving and getting bigger and bigger all the time. So she's a great example.
Yeah, absolutely. We love cheering Natasha on and seeing everything that she accomplishes. And I think something kind of significant about Natasha is that she took COVID as a time to really focus on her business, and that's almost when she started. So instead of taking the time during COVID, which a lot of us did, which is totally acceptable, to kind of hang low and focus on ourselves, she also took the time to focus on her business, and I think that really paid off for her because she has grown quite the business. And then after Natasha, we are going to have a lunch break, and then we're going to hear from Des, who is the co-owner of the Creative Hive, and she is phenomenal. I'm super excited for what she has to share with you guys and to chat with her after, because it's always a treat chatting with Des. And then after Des, we'll hear from Ben, who is a real estate agent. And he is just super motivating. His energy is just so uplifting and can turn anyone's days around. So I'm excited to hear from all of those presentations.
And we've got Adams & Co.
We do. How did I forget about Adams & Co? We'll also be hearing from Adams & Co. They'll share with us a little about sustainability, which will then kind of pivot us into a chat about brand, so your business's brand. So we have a long day, a jam-packed day of super exciting presentations, and I can't wait.
Well, a little bit about how it's going to work as well. We're doing these live segments at the beginning and end of each of the videos. The videos are pre-recorded, but we are going to be watching them with you. So you'll be able to ask questions or make comments in the chat, in the comment section on both Facebook and YouTube. So if you have a question, please put it in the comment box or in the chat box, and we will get to it as soon as we can. We may address it in the segments in between when we're talking directly to the camera, or we may just respond within the chat and the comment boxes. So please add your voices. We really want to know what your experience is of entrepreneurship, why you're here, what help you need, all of that good stuff.
Yeah, and before we get into Amanda's video, I just wanted to give a big shout out to the individuals here at Strong Coffee Marketing who are helping us pull off this busy day.
You can make a noise so they know you're here.
We have 3 individuals who have helped us make this day possible. I've said that so many times, but truly it takes a village. So thank you to those who are helping us and helping us pull it off. So I believe we're almost ready to get into Amanda's presentation. I hope that you all enjoy, and I really just want you guys to know that if you have any questions at any point, the comment section is totally yours to leave your comments there, and we will try our best to get back to you.
Okay. I think we're doing a countdown now, so we're almost there. So we're filling in time until we actually get the video going.
So hi everyone, my name is Amanda, and I'm going to do a little presentation kind of about my YETI experience, what I learned, kind of some, I guess, little tidbits of information that I think will be important for you guys to know, and a lot of other things that aren't quite encompassed in what I just said. So a little bit about me. I'm going into my second year at the University of Alberta for a Bachelor's of Science in Agriculture with a major in Sustainable Agriculture Systems. I graduated from Spruce Grove Composite High School in 2020, which was fun. I mean, you all know it, of how the past 2-ish years have been. I don't need to tell you guys that. I was a part of YETI 2019. So that was kind of, I guess, like the last year before everything happened, which was super fun. I worked across the room from the other Amanda for a year, which was super fun, had an awesome blast. I got to see kind of like a lot of behind the scenes with YETI and how much work the whole YETI team puts in. I just have to say, they pour their heart and souls in this. I don't know if you can tell, or I hope you can tell, because they really do an amazing job. I'm currently working with Wild Heart Collective in Edmonton, running the 124th Grand Markets and Alfresco on 4th Market. And I have 2 cats and way too many candles, mainly from Wicked Candle Company. I don't know if you've had your presentation from Natasha yet. I'm sure it is going to be absolutely amazing. She is so sweet. I love her. I have one of her lavender candles. Okay, I'm gonna try not to drop it. Okay, it's not unblurring, but that little gray blob is one of the candles. Just a little side bit. I cannot tell you how important word of mouth marketing is, because Amanda put me onto these. I have spent so much money on her candles now just because she's put me onto them. So just a little fun fact. Word of mouth marketing is very important because it worked on me. And then I just attached a picture of my 2 cats. The one in the cat tree is Echo, and then the one hiding is Belle. If you have cats, you might as well take pictures and kind of shove them in everyone's face when you mention them. So that's the philosophy I'm going with today. So a little bit about my business. My business was Experience the Acres, and I basically did 360-degree farm tours for educational purposes. To make a long story sort of short, basically what I did, I had a 360 camera. I'll try to edit in some pictures or a video later on of what that looked like. Basically on a tripod, and I did some walk around tours of crops. I did one actually of the grain elevator, the Spruce Grove grain elevator. So that's kind of what I did. And I used my YETI funds to purchase camera equipment. I think I bought a tripod, a few charging packs, and I think 1 or 2 memory cards. I bought some like little Staples print off business cards because I was too cheap to buy the good ones. And I also bought some bookkeeping supplies that I don't think I ever used. But it was good to know for next time that I definitely will not use this. And then I have just a little picture here of what one of my little businessy cards, postcards that I had made, which was actually made through Canva, which I might mention later on. And if I don't, I will mention it now. Canva is your secret weapon. I absolutely love Canva. I'm sure that Amanda or someone else will tell you guys about that a little bit more when the time comes. But honestly, that has saved my butt so many times. It makes such professional layouts and images. I absolutely love it. So some of the things that I learned from my guest speaker. So this is going more or less further away from just kind of the general things that I guess like not bullet points, tips. That's what I'm looking for. It's going away from the tips of when you have your guest speakers to things that I learned that I think is important for you guys to know. So first of all, if possible, have a separate bank account for your business. It may seem like just more of a big hassle. I know talking to bank people personally scares me quite a bit because I'm always worried, I don't know, like the tax people are going to come after me because I did something wrong. But it honestly is a huge help because it separates your personal money from the money from the business. It's just, I don't want to go too much into it, but it's been just super helpful in my experience. Speaking of finances, please, 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 please do not be scared to ask for help. Whether or not you're talking to a presenter, if you're talking to Amanda and Sue, even if you're just talking to your local bank. Surprisingly enough, a lot of bankers are super excited when kids want to learn about financial literacy. I shouldn't say kids, young people. I always refer to myself as a kid too, even though I'm technically an adult now. But people are super supportive of that kind of stuff. And again, it is an important skill that you need to know later on anyways. And if you learn it now, you're going to have such a head start on everybody else. And again, it helps you avoid mistakes that are very costly, as I have learned. So this means getting familiar with how to make an invoice, a simple spreadsheet. Now, a tip for an invoice, if you are making something like that, Microsoft Word has saved my butt so many times because they do have like a preset kind of pre-made invoice. And I don't think I've used a different one ever. They're so great. It just makes it so easy. And spreadsheets, as much as I hate working in Excel and Google Forms, it's easy enough to put together once you learn how to do it. And again, spreadsheets turn into budgets turns into, I don't know, whatever else you're making with spreadsheets. I don't want to judge. People do everything with those things. But again, you learn it now, you get to jump on the rest of the stuff later. Let's just move on to the next point. Find what makes you unique. I do have a little bit of a kind of activity later on about this, but niching is so important. Find what makes you unique and just capitalize on that. So if you're mowing lawns, what makes you unique about that? Are you the only one who does a specific service in the area? Do you have a special piece of equipment that no one else has? Just find something that makes you unique and market off of that, because if there's one person who's already doing something already, what's going to make that other customer that's looking for that service, what's going to make them choose you over that other person who's more established? Which is always a fun thing. I absolutely love looking at uniqueness and niching and stuff like that. Maybe that's weird. Learn about the strengths of social media platforms and learn about like the differences between social media platforms. I'm sure you'll probably go over this at some point, and I feel like it's in your workbooks. I can't remember. I looked through them at one point, but I can't remember what's in there. But you know, what makes Instagram different from Facebook? What makes Twitter different from, I don't know, Tumblr's dead. What else can I compare it to? Reddit. Let's say Reddit. No one uses Reddit for business, but you get what I mean. And do not be afraid to look for help. The community is so incredibly supportive. I'm going to be talking about it a lot, about how the community loves to support young entrepreneurs and young people in the community. People are so nice. Like, that's the one thing that I always kind of just, it amazes me and shocks me all the time, but people are there for you if you need help. Like, even if you, okay, I'm going to, little bit of kind of like a scenario here. So for example, you want to reach out to, let's use LinkedIn. You want to reach out to someone on LinkedIn, but you know, they're a little bit older. Maybe they've got a lot of experience in their field, but you want to reach out. You just want to ask them a few questions, maybe, I don't know, set up a meeting or whatever. Do not be afraid to reach out. I'm going to try to remember the quote, and apologies if I butcher it. Someone told me this when I was probably in about grade 10, and it honestly, it describes it very well. It doesn't matter how old you are, act like you have a seat at the table, because you do. You have a valid reason to be talking to someone. So for example, you want to talk to that older person. Don't be afraid just because you're younger. You have a valid reason to be talking to them. You have a seat at the table. You just got to invite yourself. You got to put yourself out there. And that sounds like something that you'd put on like an inspirational poster in a classroom, but it is super true. If you have that confidence to walk up to somebody, ask them for help, they're gonna help you, and they're gonna be super supportive because you're young and you're taking the initiative to learn about things and start your own business. So there's my little ramble about that. I hope it's making sense. Okay, story break. This is going to be about my experiences with the local Chamber of Commerce. So most of my experiences were with the Spruce Grove Chamber of Commerce before they amalgamated with the Stony Plain Chamber of Commerce and the Wadman Chamber of Commerce to create the Greater Parkland Chamber. It's a lot of acronyms and big names. So I first got started, they called it a Shark Tank thing. And I cannot remember the proper name of whatever the event they were holding, but basically it was like a Shark Tank type situation where you made up a slideshow, and whoever had the best pitch and answered the judges' questions the best won seed money for their business. And so I went in with my Experience the Acres thing. I made a 2-minute presentation, and the judges panel was made up of members of the Chamber of Commerce. And I tied for the prize with another amazing entrepreneur in the community. And that was a lot of fun. And the nice thing about participating with that is that it didn't matter if you won just because you showed up, they actually gave you a mentor to work with. So I got to work with Stony Plain Dental, which was super, super fun. And they kind of just took us under their wings to help us kind of expand our businesses. Because a lot of people were kind of like, this was their first business idea, or it wasn't even a business idea. It was just a project they wanted to work on, and they just needed help to kind of get that going. And it was honestly it was so shocking of how nice people were to young people, because it's always like, you feel like you just have a really weird project that no one likes, and suddenly you've got a lot of people supporting you, and it's so sweet. It's so nice. They're all great. So anyways, moral of the story, people are people are nice. People will help you out. So that was my first experience, and I actually ended up becoming a member of the chamber. I have my certificate upstairs and I couldn't find it, but here's just a picture of what that one looked like. And then I was a member of the Greater Parkland, but they never mailed me an actual little certificate, which, it's whatever. It's okay. I still would have liked the paper copy to hold on to, but whatever. It's fine. I didn't want to pay the extra fee. And then afterwards, these pictures are taken from when I was actually in the YETI program. And so this is kind of like, kind of expanding off of that original opportunity with the chamber. So after I'd won, I still stayed in contact with some people in the Chamber of Commerce. And one of the ladies who worked there actually put me in contact with the Spruce Grove Ag Society. And that's actually how I ended up making the 360 video for the grain elevator. I showed up to one of their ag meetings, I think, and talked to some people, got to do a little video of the grain elevator, which I must say is super cool. If you ever get the chance, it's a super neat little destination if you're doing kind of just like a around town trip. And so the picture of the lady holding the VR goggles, she's actually watching the video I put together. That was at the Flapjacks at the Tracks event at the grain elevator, where I was showing off the video, which was super fun. It's always really fun for people to see your products and enjoy your products or services or whatever you want to call them. So that was a lot of fun. And then actually the second picture in the middle is from the, what did they call it? It was the Spruce Grove market or something like that, street market, I think is what they called it. It was right down the main drag over by the town office and whatnot. Super, super fun. And the chamber actually had a little tent set up, a little info booth. And one of the people who did a presentation for me, Tom, absolutely amazing with money, he invited us out and said, just take him up on the offer if we wanted to join him at the market, just to kind of check things out, sit with the info booth and chat with some people who were with the Chamber of Commerce. So I went. I think I was one of the only people who actually did go from my YETI group, and I had a ton of fun. It was super, super fun to kind of check out a market. That was one of my first experiences with more of a street market rather than a farmer's market. I got to meet some really cool people from the Chamber of Commerce. I got to chat with some local business owners. I got some really good advice on my business. And before I get too far, I just want to mention about that specific experience there. If someone offers you something, take them up on it. It may seem a little awkward, like it was kind of awkward. I didn't really know all of these people very well, but I thought, hey, that sounds like fun. Who knows where this is going to go? And I took them up on it, and it kind of built into some other stuff that was really fun. So if for some reason Tom invites you guys out, with COVID, that's probably not going to be an option, but let's just say hypothetically it happens. Take them up on it. Great opportunities. You just never know where they're going to go. And then over here on is that going to be the right? Yes, that's the right. Is a picture of actually one of the videos that I got done through YETI. So it wasn't 100% through the Chamber of Commerce. It was just through YETI, but that was kind of a kind of bonus experience that wasn't directly put through the program. We had someone come and do actually promotional videos, and later on, hopefully I'll edit in actually what that video looked like. It's a little cringy, but I think it's kind of cool. I still think it's nice.
My name is Amanda Hardman. I run Experience the Acres. It is a virtual reality farm tours business, and it's focused around providing agricultural education to those who wouldn't normally know about agriculture or would like to increase their knowledge about agriculture. What I do is I take my 360 camera and I film farm tours to then give for educational purposes to educational groups and those who are just interested in learning more. If you're interested in learning more about Experience the Acres, feel free to find us on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you around real soon.
Hi, it's editing Amanda. I just had to hop in here. I just watched that video for the first time in a very long time as I was putting it in there. Oh god, that did not age as well as I thought it did. So sorry for making you watch that, but now I have a challenge for you guys. You guys need to make a better one. You need to like one up me or something. To make this worth it, putting it in this presentation. So, hopefully this helps. I hope that was helpful. And then I have a little group picture from my YETI year. So we got Amanda, Tiffany, who has left Community Future since, and Adam on the side there, and then everybody else from my YETI year. Tons of fun. I had a lot of fun. It was a really good time. And then the Spruce Grove Chamber Awards, I actually was nominated for Young Entrepreneur of the Year. I did not win, but it was really cool to be nominated either way. So I actually got to attend the event. Holy smokes, that thing is like really fancy. I actually had to go and wear a nice dress. Like you can see in the picture, I look really bad in it. But I'm wearing like a fancy cocktail dress. I think actually that they gave us little name tags that had our business name. It was so fancy. Oh my gosh, the cake pops they had there, like they had an actual fancy bakery come and do the stuff. So cool. If you ever get the chance to attend, it's probably the Greater Chamber Awards. So much fun. See if you can get someone to buy you a ticket because they're a little expensive on their own. But it's a lot of fun. Again, I got to meet a lot of really fun businesses. I got to talk with a lot of different entrepreneurs and business owners in the community. It was just like, it was kind of weird because I felt like I was too young to be there, but it was so much fun. And I also got to go to the Stony Chamber Awards, which I wasn't nominated for anything, but it was still really fun, really fun to attend. And the food was really good. That's one thing about these catered events is the food is always really good. So if you're ever looking for like a good prime rib or something, head to the Chamber Awards. I don't know if I'm getting too off topic, but moral of the story, get involved. You do not know where things will take you. So I'm not telling everyone to go and invest in a chamber membership because obviously for some people, that's just not what is right for them. But there are a lot of opportunities and a lot of different things that you can kind of get out of it. But I'm just going to make it real broad. Just if someone offers you an opportunity to go to a networking event, or if someone, I don't know, offers you a ticket to go to some kind of conference, maybe take them up on it because you don't know where that's going to go. You don't know where it's going to lead you. Yeah, that's pretty much it for that story. Again, these stories are getting a little long. I don't know where we're at for time currently. So speaking of advantages, this is in here so I don't forget because I would definitely ramble and forget to tell you guys about this. This is just, again, proving that the community is super supportive of young entrepreneurs. This was a screenshot taken from Jingles on 50 Seconds Facebook. They actually do youth marketplaces. They did them last year. I'm hoping they'll do them again this year, but it's hard to say. And they were just giving out free booths. They ran a little market over the summer, and this one was specifically for youth. Free admission, free tables, and people just could come in and sell their stuff. So, I mean, it's not every day you see something like that where people will just give out free booths in a marketplace. But you would be surprised at how many people would do something like that. So really cool stuff. Keep your eye out for it if it ever happens again. Okay, so now you've got your money. What's the plan afterwards? So here are some of my recommendations because, you know, you only got $500 for now. And although $500 is a lot, it goes very quickly. So budget. Make that money stretch. Again, $500, you can use it, but it will go quickly. So, you know, make some unique decisions, get creative with them. For example, business cards, they can be very expensive, but useful. So what I did, I went to Staples, I bought some really cheap, like punch out ones. I think they're the Avery ones. And I just printed them myself. Did they turn out the best? No, I just hand cut them afterwards. But you know what? They worked and I saved myself a lot of money. Also shop around for the best deals. Like honestly, become that coupon cutter flyer person. Like look around for the best deals because especially with technology, trust me, I learned it the hard way. Make sure you're watching for if a camera is coming out. Take a look at when it might go on sale or if there's a newer version coming out, because if a newer version is coming out, they're definitely putting the other one on sale. I made that mistake. I bought my 360 camera and I swear 6 months later, I want to say, they ended up coming out with a newer version and the price significantly dropped. I kick myself for that to this day. Again, see if you can get a discount with local businesses. Things can be a little bit more expensive than just going on to Amazon. But if you talk to local businesses, you tell them that you're a young entrepreneur, sometimes they'll give you a discount. Again, if you have a connection with somebody, see if they can give you a discount. You can't exactly barter with Amazon, but you can barter with your local businesses, but not too hard. Give them an easy time. If you can't find a discount, go secondhand, especially with technology. If you're looking at equipment, let's say you're buying a lawnmower or a leaf blower, go secondhand if you can, because you're going to save a lot more money than buying something new. Okay, now it's time to go off on your own, but don't go too far. Like, make sure that, you still stay in contact. So here are some of my tips to kind of make the most of your experience during the summer, because these few months go by super quick. And I mean, it's not to say that you should be stressing every day about the state of your business, but just keep it in mind kind of where you're at in relation to what time of the summer it is. So the YETI team, they are there to help you. That is literally their job. So take advantage of it. You're going to have opportunities to meet with the YETI team, to ask them lots of questions, and don't run off too far, because these guys are super, super knowledgeable. I have a story later about how they saved my butt. But these guys, they are there to help you. And even if you don't think you need it, I didn't think I needed it, and yet they were super, super helpful. Don't take too big of a bite. Make sure that what you're doing is realistic. Take a look at your goals. If you want to sell 1 million copies of a video game that you're designing by the end of the summer, that's probably not going to happen. I'm sure you guys have already talked about goal setting, because I know we talked about it a lot, but just keep it realistic. Capitalize on what makes you stand out. Again, niching, super important. Why will someone go to you when there's someone else who's doing the exact same thing? Make connections. If talking to people is a little too scary, just DM them. People are going on Instagram, sending emails. Again, I keep bringing up LinkedIn. I'm almost 100%, nearly 100% certain that none of you use LinkedIn. Sometimes, I don't know, some people use it. I don't really use it, but that's what the hustlers do these days. That's what they use. So if you do that, take that first step by doing a DM, build a bit of a relationship. I know, like, even cold calling is very difficult for me. And I mean, cold calling is very difficult. There's a different thing between cold calling for a mentorship or for just asking for questions, versus cold calling for selling things. I can't remember the legality of that. So maybe ask Sue and Amanda before you start doing that. But walking into a business can be a little scary. So just ask them, talk to them before, make sure you know who you're talking to. Keep it fun. This is your summer. Make sure that you're still doing what you love, or that you can at least tolerate for the summer, to make some good bucks, and take this time to learn. You are not going to get an experience like this, and it is a great moment in your lives to learn. Trust me. I live by the philosophy of do it when you're in high school, because it gets really expensive when you're not. It is much better to do it now for free than it is to pay for it in university, post-secondary, or if you just choose to go out into the workforce. So this is a little activity that I was talking about. This is the onlyness test, and this is about niching. This is something that I did when I was in my YETI group, and I absolutely loved it. It made it so clear for niching. I'm not quite sure if you've gone over this. So if you have, you're getting it a second time, but if you haven't, this is just a little fun thing for you guys to do. So this is basically like a fill in the blank thing. So you put in company name is the only category that has this benefit. So for example, Experience the Acres is the only VR videography company that specializes in farm tours or something like that. So the category is your industry. What industry are you in? What do you do? The benefit, what makes you different that others in your industry don't have? How are you different? Who are your customers? Where are they? When do they need you? Why should they care? Why do you matter? Okay, that sounds a little existential. That's not supposed to be existential. It's supposed to be helpful for your business. Don't spiral. So we're going to go back to that again, just real quick. Company name is the only category that has this benefit. I'm sure you guys can probably go after it or go over this later if you want to. Again, I will try to make sure that these slides are available to you guys to go over later. I definitely recommend doing this. It's a lot of fun, and it definitely helps you visualize more kind of what you're selling and what makes you unique, because let me tell you, sales pitches are very important. It's always good to know what you're going to really use to sell people on your product or your service. Okay, now it's time to tell you about how the YETI team saved my butt. So when I was in my group, I decided, well, I don't want to say, I made the mistake of wanting to do both marketing material and educational videos. Turns out that is a lot of work. I could not focus my time on both. And Amanda and Sue had to break it to me that you can only do one. You can either do marketing or you can do educational. And I had to make the tough decision of which one to do. So I had to do some research. They had to kind of walk me through how to do that research to come to the decision of which one to do. And honestly, it was such a big help because I'm going to be completely honest. I did not sell a single product. I did not make any money that summer, but I still had fun and I learned a lot. But it just made it more manageable for me to get an idea of what I was going to do. The problem with starting a new business that I find is that you want to do a million things. And as nice as it would be to do all that kind of stuff, you just can't make it work. So you got to start small and build your way up. So you're going to make, let's say, hand lotion or something. And your end goal is to make it that you have an entire product line of skincare products. It's a little hard to start with 20 products when you're new to this, you're trying to figure things out. And you also only have a summer. That's another big thing, is it would be a little bit easier to do if you had more time. So again, moral of the story, keep things manageable. Don't overdo it. Don't make yourself do too much because it gets very difficult. And it's better to do one smaller thing well than do a lot of different things not so well. And yeah, I think that's kind of it. I can't think of anything else to ramble on about that. Just don't take on too much. And that's also why talk to the YETI team, because I didn't even realize what I was doing until they told me. I didn't even think of narrowing it down because I thought I was doing fine. And they told me no, in a nice way. They told me in a nice way that I wasn't doing as well. So long story short, keep your goals realistic. And even though you think you may not need it, please, please, please ask for help, because it is going to make a world of difference, even if you don't think so. Okay, some other advice. This is where things get real all over the place. This is kind of like the miscellaneous section where I couldn't necessarily put it into another category. So say what you do over the summer. And I think this also applies to anything you'll do in life, whether or not it's like a presentation, a research thing, whatever. Save your work. You do not know when you're going to use it. For example, when I worked for Community Futures, I did a rural diversification course where they gave me a bunch of like work materials. I had to make up a bunch of stuff, like a bunch of reports, and that kind of stuff. You don't know when that's going to come in handy later on. And even though if your business is going to stop here, that work doesn't have to stop. Whether or not you're adding that work to your portfolio, you're keeping that equipment, it's hard to say with the wide variety of businesses, but just keep that work. You don't know where you're going to use it later. Collaboration is just important as making connections. I'm sure Natasha from Wicked Petals is going to talk about this because she's like the #1 example of collaboration. But working with people, kind of scratching each other's backs in a way, it definitely makes a difference. I cannot really speak to it too terribly much. I'm sure that there are some other people who do more collaborations. But just from my small experience, it's good to have strong connections that you are kind of friendly, if not complete friends with, because then they're more willing to help you out later, and vice versa. It's fun to have friends in the business. You know, take this time to experiment with your stuff. You've got the time and money, so you might as well learn about yourself. I think this also goes back to do it now before you start paying for it later on. Again, you're not going to have this experience. Take this time to enjoy the experience and just kind of learn whether or not you like what you're doing. So if you're, I don't know, making books, children's books, and suddenly you realize halfway through the summer, oh, I hate this. Well, now you know. You didn't have this, but you were finding out now where you have the funding, you have the time. Whereas if you were to be, I don't know, 20 and decide, oh, well, I'm going to go and do this. You spend a bunch of money and realize, oh, okay, that was a waste of money. Do it now. Long story short, do it now before you start to pay for it. After YETI, you guys are not kicked to the curb in any way. The YETI team is there to help you guys. For example, I had to reach out to Sue. I had to ask her a question about pricing. because pricing is something that I always have a very, very difficult time with. And I had to ask her just a quick question of like, hey, how do you think I should be pricing out my contracting work and this kind of stuff? And she gave me some advice on where to look. So I think that keeping in contact with the YETI team after you're done is helpful. If you've got a few questions you got to ask, they are super, super there to help you. And definitely do not feel like you're just kicked out, you're done. They care. I feel like that's a little promotional post. They care. Thumbs up. Although the pandemic has kind of made some things tricky, there's still lots of opportunities and there's ways to get creative. I'm going to bring up the chamber again before I did not pay my membership again for this year for the Greater Parkland Chamber. They were offering a lot of webinars and that kind of stuff, from things from like website building to, oh gosh, I don't know. They had really a wide variety of things about all different types of aspects of business. And it's stuff like that where, it's a little bit hard to go to a business and breakfast, I think what they were calling it, at 9 o'clock because you're in school, but you can make a Zoom call work that's probably recorded afterwards. So that kind of stuff can always help. And one of the things that I've realized over the pandemic is farmers markets are cool. I'm a little biased because I am now working for one. But you can't go out and do door-to-door knocking or I don't know, some other form of selling, but you can now go to a farmer's market and sell your products. That's kind of cool. That didn't really make sense. You get what I mean? Get creative in the pandemic. There's lots of different ways that you can kind of overcome the hurdles that COVID has thrown in the way. Who knows how long that's going to last though. Even if your business doesn't continue past the summer, this is the beginning for you guys for your entrepreneurial journey. You guys have shown the initiative that you've started a business here. You're most likely going to do one later on if this doesn't continue past the summer. And if not, you've just shown that you have some entrepreneurial qualities that you'd be surprised in a normal kind of like desk space workplace, I guess, like a computer job. I can't remember the term for it, but if you're just sitting in an office all day, you would be surprised at how many skills kind of come in handy that outside of starting your own business and running your own business. It's kind of cool. It's fun. A lot of these skills are very applicable elsewhere. And also it looks really cool on a resume that if you do put that you started your own business, people think that's pretty cool, especially if you put the date and that correlates with your age and they realize, wow, this person was young. Cool. I feel like this is getting a bit off the rails now. Have fun and enjoy the summer. I think that's like my biggest piece of advice is keep it fun. Don't stress about it too much. Obviously, you want to do well. You want to put those bucks to good use and grow your business. But at the end of the day, have fun. It's not worth it to just trudge through it and not have fun. So yeah, keep it light, keep it fresh. And I'm making a whole slide about this one because I struggle with this. Know your worth and do not undersell yourself. I swear every time I make up an invoice, I am underselling myself. I am not charging people what I should be. And the reason why is because I'm worried I'm going to lose customers. And there is a certain point where you should keep your price in line with what the consumer probably is going to pay. But also look at the experience you have. If you've been editing, I know I'm using a lot of like videography examples here, but if you've been editing videos, let's say you have 5 years experience. For example, compare yourself to maybe an adult that has 5 years experience. Think about what they would be charging compared to you. Just because you're younger, that doesn't mean that you're not as experienced because there's a lot of other people who are doing the same thing as you and who are doing it terribly and they are way older than you. So just keep that in reference. What you may be doing may be way better quality than people who are double your age, and just keep that in mind. And also, this includes donations. I cannot tell you how many things I have donated because I have either been too lazy to send out an invoice or I just feel obligated to either win over a customer or win over someone else that I'm working with. Make sure that you are charging people for what you're worth. And I'm all for donating to communities and that kind of stuff, but also you have to make a living off of this. This is like your thing. You're making money off it. Make sure that you are still being able to make quote unquote livable wage. I know that you guys aren't living on your own and you don't really have to worry about that, but still, you want to make some money. So I've been rambling for a while. I don't know how long I have been rambling, but it's been a bit. So let's just recap real quick. So some key takeaways: learn as much as you can, find what makes you unique, make the most of your dollars, use your connections, have reasonable goals, and work hard, but have fun and know your worth. Okay, so we've kind of reached the end. It might have seemed like a lot. I'm not quite sure if I've edited anything in here or how much I have put in here. But if you want to contact me or find me, I've just put my email, my phone number, and my Instagram too, because some people just prefer to reach out over social media. If you guys have any questions about anything, honestly, I am more than happy to answer them, even if they're not necessarily Yeti related, I guess. If they're kind of like out there, feel free to give me a call, an email, whatever. I am more than happy to chat. I think that's it. So thank you very much for listening to this presentation. I don't know. I'm hoping it was helpful. It's kind of weird not being able to see you guys. This is my first like Zoom presentation I've ever had to done. Have to do. Oh my gosh, that's how far we're getting into this. I can't even talk anymore. I'm just super excited that I could be here, quote unquote, sort of, not really, to give this presentation. I think you guys are going to have a great experience, as I said before, and you're going to get a lot out of this. It's going to be a lot. Make sure to take lots of notes. And yeah, I really hope that you guys do well. Again, if you have any questions, just feel free to reach out. I am more than happy to help. And I guess that's kind of it for me. So I hope you all have a great summer. Fingers crossed. Hopefully you guys are going to do great. I know you'll do great. And I'm sure I will see you guys around, if not on social media, maybe in person. We'll see. Anyways, you guys take care. And I'm sure I'll see you guys real soon.
Awesome. So we just heard from Amanda, who is a YETI alumni student. And that was such a treat getting to hear from her, because she gave some of her real, honest advice and feedback from the program. So today, you guys are all going to be in the footsteps of YETI students. So just take into consideration what Amanda shared in her presentation, and just know that there is always someone out there that is willing to help you and give a hand. So you are never alone in this journey. But yeah, that was super awesome hearing from Amanda, and we hope to have Amanda join us here right away. We might be having a few technical difficulties, so you guys might not be able to see her, but she will hopefully get to talk to me, and we can do just an audio Q&A. But I wanted you guys to comment with any questions that you might have that I can ask her. But in the meantime, we've prepared some questions for her. So we're really excited to hear from her for that. So we will be with Amanda shortly here. Okay, so we are experiencing a few more technical difficulties, which is totally okay. We've kind of prepared for that situation. So I think what I want you guys to do right now is just comment your favorite part of the video, like leave a comment below. I want to hear from you guys what you took away from the presentation and what you will be taking with you from now on with what you learned. So just leave your comment below, and I'd be happy to see you there. All right, I think she's going to be joining us here. Hello.
Okay, is it working? Please tell me it's working.
It's working. Hello, how are you?
Oh, yes. I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, thanks. It's nice to catch up with you and to hear from you. I loved your presentation.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy it was good. I was a little nervous, so I'm happy.
Okay, we actually already have a comment, so I'm just going to read that comment out loud. So our comment says, knowing your worth is so important. This is something I think I might forget, so it is a great reminder, and I totally agree with that. I think it's really easy to forget kind of how we value ourselves as entrepreneurs. So do you agree with that, Amanda? That's
oh, yes, of course, of course.
Yeah, for sure. Awesome. So we're just going to go right into some questions here. So let's get started. Some of these questions are ones that we got in over Instagram. Some are ones we've come up with, and then just questions in the past. So we're going to get started with, did you ever have like a big like aha moment as an entrepreneur?
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, I think, I guess one of them was, and I mentioned it in my presentation, who knows how many times, so I'm probably just repeating myself at this point, but I think when I realized how open people were to having someone younger go and have their own business, and even though there sometimes is a little bit of hesitation in the community, the kind of, I guess there was more people that were more kind of happy to see someone in the community doing their own business, willing to support them, kind of willing to take a chance. That kind of aha moment of like, I don't need to be afraid to start this project. Like I'm kind of worried about nothing here. There's a lot of acceptance. I think that was really big for me, and that really helped me kind of become more comfortable to take more steps, to kind of do some little projects that I might have not done before, because people are more accepting, and it doesn't necessarily matter how old you are to go and do that stuff.
Yeah, awesome. So you had a pretty early start. Do you remember how old or what your age was when you were in the YETI program?
Oh gosh. Was I 16? I want to say I was 16. I'm not quite sure. I was either 16 or 17 when I started. And I really, really enjoyed that because, as I mentioned before, do it when you're not paying for it in university.
Yeah, word. I definitely agree. Yeah, so Carrie left a comment here. She says, I loved all of the honest tips that were shared and how encouraging Amanda was about reaching out. So I totally agree, Carrie, that's an awesome comment there. All right, so we're going to go into our next question. So your business idea is very innovative. If a young entrepreneur had an innovative idea, what advice would you give them?
I think I missed part of your question. Sorry, was that like someone had a innovative idea?
Yeah. And so what advice would you give someone with an innovative idea similar to yours? Because we don't see businesses like yours all the time. So it was super creative of you. So what would you share?
I think the biggest thing, oh, sorry. I hope I'm not interrupting.
No.
Sorry, my internet's like kind of cutting in and out, but I got the question. I think the biggest thing is don't necessarily be too terribly afraid if it falls over flat and doesn't work, because it's innovative. You got to test the waters to see whether or not it's going to work out. Most of the time, if it doesn't work out the first time, you can just adapt it. If you're looking at more of like a technology thing, so like you're inventing like a bracelet or whatever, some kind of like techie thing, that kind of stuff, that's where you can get more into the tweaking, looking at like, what do consumers want? How can you mesh that with your technology? But with something, oh, did somebody cut out? Whoops. With something more or less like, I guess, a video project like mine, just try it. See if it works, and if it doesn't, you can always go back and adapt. So that's always fun. So I'm not quite sure. Did Amanda get kicked out? I hope not. Oh, fun times, fun times. Wonder if I am still on. Oh,
Thanks for staying.
There we go. Okay, I was a little worried I got kicked off there.
Awesome. That's definitely some good advice about kind of that innovative business idea. So something I noticed when you were in the YETI program is your value of making connections with other community members, like specifically the chamber. I know you really took that opportunity to network with other business individuals. So how important would you say that is to kind of make those connections and to network within the community?
So important. I am a true believer of it's, well, I'm not a believer, but I understand that it works, that it's not what you know, it's who you know. You never know when these connections are going to kind of come in handy in the future. A lot of people that I kind of met and I would say it's extremely important. Meet new people because you never know when you're going to use those connections, especially if this is something that you might want to continue in the future. Get to know people because they can help.
Yeah, that's definitely important. So just we're experiencing a few difficulties here, which is all good to be expected. So just thanks for bearing with us while we're going through this. But yeah, networking is definitely an important aspect, and I just commend you on your networking skills as a young entrepreneur, because I know that's kind of a hard one to grasp, but you did that really well. So my next question would be, how can people find you? How can they work with you? Apologies to our viewers. We are still experiencing some technical difficulties. All good though. Oh, we have Amanda back.
Okay. Sorry if I was cutting anyone off. I wasn't sure if I was out or not.
No, that's totally fine. All good. Okay, so I don't know if you heard my last question, but the last question was, how can people find you and how can they work with you or learn more about you?
So you can find me on Instagram. You can either check my business at Experience the Acres, or you can check me just my personal Instagram. I had it on there. It's a.amandahardman. You can check me out. I don't know if you guys use Facebook anymore. I don't really think anyone my age does, but I do have a business account on there. Even the email that I had on there, feel free to reach out if you'd like. Honestly, just shoot me a DM. I am more than happy to kind of work with people, chat with people. If you want to learn more about me, I guess social media is the best way to do it, unless you just want to reach out directly.
Awesome. So we mentioned that, you've been part of the YETI program before. So maybe if we just wanted to wrap up our little Q&A with you giving just a super quick, short piece of advice. Again, I know your video was advice packed, but just something on the spot, something that we can leave our viewers with today as we wrap up.
And of course, as I just go to answer, the phone goes off. So we're just gonna put that over there because, of course, it's a live stream. Everything's everything's gonna happen. Okay, so last little bit of advice for the Yeti people. Just have fun. Have fun with it. You know what? This summer obviously is different than what would be normal. So you know, you've got different opportunities. You've got a great opportunity this year. Have fun with it. Enjoy the summer. Take advantage of it and learn as much as you can.
Awesome. Okay, thank you so much, Amanda. Thanks for taking the time to join us today and bearing our technical difficulties. But thank you so much. And yeah, awesome. It was lovely hearing from you.
For sure. And it was great to see you again. And have fun, everyone, watching the live stream. Have fun this summer.
All right, so yeah, that was Amanda from Experience the Acres. We brought up her username at one point there, but if you didn't catch it, then just head over to our Instagram. I've shared lots about her. She is actually one of our previous posts on our Instagram. So go check out her page, see what she has to share there. And like she said, she's left it open to ask her any questions on her Instagram page, which is a really nice thing to do. So thanks to Amanda for that. Okay, so next we are going to talk about the secret post. If you're following our Instagram page, you would have seen that. So we're going to chat about that now. So I'm super excited to share with you a giveaway that we are doing. So I have some of the items here with me that I will be showing, and then I will give you the directions to enter that giveaway. So up for grabs, we have some kick-ass caramels, and if you've ever had the pleasure of trying these, you know that they are the best. So that's up for grabs. We also have some Yeti swag. So we have a shaker, and we have a Yeti sweatshirt here as well, which is super fun, and just some other swag that we've collected over the years. And then I want to give a big shout out to Alan at Legit Kicks, who actually donated this $25 gift certificate. So that's up for grabs as well with the giveaway. So in order to enter that giveaway, what you need to do is head over to our Instagram, which we have right down here. And it's actually the first post there. So what we want you to do is, first of all, follow us if you aren't following us already. We appreciate all of our followers there, and then you can keep up to date with Yeti announcements. But yeah, you're going to find our secret post, which is just our first one. But leave a comment letting us know what business you would start if you had access to all the money in the world. So get creative, get silly. Maybe it's something that you've always wanted to do. Share that with us there. And if you're not wanting to share that business idea with us because you're keeping that under wraps, we totally understand. Maybe come up with something else, but we just want to hear from you because we hear new business ideas all the time. And Sue and I are always just amazed with what everyone comes up with. So we would absolutely love to hear those from you guys. So yeah, just on our Instagram there, which is the Yeti CFCR, and comment your business idea. So this giveaway will be open until Monday, July 12th. It will close at 11:59 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And this giveaway is open to Alberta residents only. So we're willing to ship this prize. If you are not local, we can ship that within Alberta. Or if you are local to, say, the Stony Plain, Spruce Grove area, you can come pick that up from our office in Stony Plain. So super exciting. Yeah, just kind of an overview. So we have a Legit Kicks gift card up for grabs, some Yeti swag, some super yummy treats as well. So go enter that. I'm excited to read through all of your guys' comments. No rush if you want to enter that tonight. That's open until Monday. So what do we have next? I think we're going to take just a super short pause, and we are going to get back to things right away.
Hi there, we're back again. So, super problems with the technology, but don't worry, we're getting it sorted out. As soon as we bring in someone else who's dialing in, it's stretching the bandwidth. So basically, everyone else has this problem in the world. So we're just rolling with this here. So be patient with us, please. So one of the things I thought we should mention before we move on to the next presenter is a day in the life of a YETI student, because Amanda Hardman is one of those students who came into YETI in 2019, and she did super well in the program. It's something that has helped her business, and she's liked us enough to hang around and help us to do things like this today. So I think it's a really good idea that we just walk you through the program a little bit, because even if you don't have YETI in your area and you can't apply for it, one of the things that we talk about later is barriers to entry to entrepreneurship for young people. And what we're finding is that if there is a program in your area for young entrepreneurs, jump on it, absolutely jump on it as quickly as possible, because it will help you, it will set up some connections and help you with learning how to market your business, sell your business, all of that good stuff. So first of all, if I was to ask you, Amanda, what a YETI student would experience, say at the beginning of the program, what sort of things would they be doing with us for YETI?
So in the beginning of a YETI year, one of the first things I think we do in a normal YETI year is we introduce them to the other students. That's really important for us because we want the students to know that they have other students who are going through the program as well. And they can kind of connect from there and get to know one another and just honestly bounce ideas off one another. Like in the past, we've had students who've teamed up for giveaways, teamed up for projects, and who've really just been able to refer one another. So that I think is one of our first starting points. We do put the students through an orientation where we kind of just give them a little bit more information, and we share just a little bit that we know that might help them throughout the year. And then we just kind of set the expectation to what the summer is going to look like. So in a normal YETI year, we would do some goal meetups, we would do some financial planning with one another, and Sue and I would really just be there to assist the students. One of the big things that we always say is we're not here to run your business for you. We're just here to help your business go through the summer and above and beyond. So that's just one of our big things is just support, offer support wherever we can.
Yeah, our particular program is there for senior high students. So at that age, you're talking 15 to 18-year-olds. When you get to that age, you have your idea, you know what you want to do, generally speaking, if you're going to apply for a program like YETI. And it's, you don't need us to handhold you. You know, you have the confidence, generally speaking, and the ability to go out there and start the business yourself. But it's nice to know you have cheerleaders, and it's nice to know that you have people back in the office who can help you figure out maybe a roadblock you're experiencing, or give some advice on how to price your products. I think Amanda spoke in her video about how she needed to price something and she didn't know how to go about that process. So we were there to help her with that. One of the things we do at the beginning of the summer in a normal year is we have a week of workshops. And so during that time, we are giving you some basic education on how to run a business. We do things like marketing discussions, sales discussions, customer service, how to set goals for your business. So it changes each year, but it's like the core things that you should know if you're going to be launching a business. And our aim is to help you get through the summer and then use that as a springboard into your business long term, if that's what you decide you want to do.
Yeah, so a typical normal YETI year would be presentations, which is pretty much what we're bringing to you today.
Yeah.
So we didn't put any limitations on who could attend today. So wherever you're watching from, again, welcome and thanks for joining us. And we're just wanting to provide you with that experience today. So we chatted a little bit about goals, which is actually what we're going to be getting into next. So our next speaker is Natasha from Wicked Petals, who will also be joining us for a Q&A after, and fingers crossed everything goes smoothly, but I'm excited for you guys to hear from Natasha. But what she's going to get into in her presentation is pretty much the different goals she had throughout her life and how they've helped her come where she is today, and kind of where she had to pivot those goals. So
I think so. And what is particularly interesting about Natasha's journey is that at the beginning, she had no thoughts of entrepreneurship. She was going through the process of going through education, going on to higher education. She was down a career path. And then as happened, life gets in the way, things happened, and she had to adjust. And that's the first half of the presentation is about that journey. And I think that's crucially important because we all come to entrepreneurship from a different angle. And Natasha is a prime example of how that happened. And she's very honest in how she was feeling at the time and how she surmounted some of those obstacles. So that's as much part of her entrepreneurship story as actually about her business.
Yeah, absolutely. So we can't wait for you to hear about goals, and hopefully you can take something from Natasha's presentation about how you can apply those goals to your own business. But let's just get right on into it and take a look at Natasha's presentation.
Hi, I'm Natasha, the owner and lead candle artist behind Wicked Petals Candle Company. Today, I'd like to talk to you about goal setting. For me, when I was younger, goal setting wasn't really something I took serious, but now as I have my own business, it is something that I think about almost every day. So today, I'm going to tell you a little bit about how goal setting has shaped my business, has shaped my personal life, and is now helping me shape this presentation. Before we start talking about goal setting, I'd really like to give a little bit of background about my personal life and my business as well. I find learning a lot about how people were before they started their business has really helped me shape my personal life and shape the goals that I created for my business as well. So for me, I graduated high school in 2016. From there, I got accepted into NAIT's program. So that's Northern Alberta Institute of Technology in Edmonton. So NAIT's program for landscape architecture. This is residential design, commercial design, environmental designs. You're basically incorporating plants and landscapes into other people's spaces. So it was something that I really connected with because my high school had a greenhouse in it. So I was able to take my love of plants with my love of art and kind of combine both of them together. And for me, this was something that I was really attracted to because it seemed like such a hands-on job where I'd be able to express, like I said, my love for art and my love for plants. So I started that program in September of 2016, right after I graduated. It was a 2-year program, so at the end of my first year, I actually applied for a job that was outside of the province. April 2019, I got offered this position and I left for Whistler. So it was a 6-month job. I worked the summer in between my first and second year, and I absolutely loved it. It was working that summer in Whistler. It really changed my mindset to sort of see how different jobs can be, and my idea of having a career became a lot different and a lot more diverse by seeing the work that other people do. So after I finished up in Whistler, I once again returned back to NAIT for my second year. And this was really when I started kind of considering that this might not be the right field for me. But of course, I worked every weekend through high school to pay off, to save up and to go to college. So it's just something that I really wanted to continue and I really wanted to graduate from. So in April of 2018, I graduated right from NAIT with a 3.8 average out of 4. So I was on the dean's list for honors. So it was something I was really proud of, and I was really excited that I went forward and that I actually graduated with it. So from there, I actually got offered a position at a landscaping firm. So this made me feel really accomplished, as I feel like a lot of people, they're scared once they go through college or university that they may not have a job right after. And for me, feeling like I did, and I just felt so accomplished, and I feel like I completed this big goal that was set out, that not even set out by me, that was set out to be, you go to school for 2-3 years and all of a sudden you need to get a job right after. And for me, being able to start the week after I graduated was just, I felt like I have won it all, that I completed all the goals I wanted to complete. So after a while, I started working this job. I started, like I said, in April. I got to September, and I worked all summer like this, 40 to 60 hour work weeks, and I was just unhappy. I was unsatisfied. I started thinking, is this how my life is going to be for the rest of my life? I was so worried that, I went to school and I put on, all this hard work to be working all these long hours, to not being, not spending time with my family, not going on weekend trips, just work, 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 work. And I was so worried that that's really how my life was going to turn out. And, I was only 20 at this time. So thinking about how I'm going to be working in this office for the next 45 years until I retire was something that, just really pushed me over the limit. I really had no idea how people do it. I thought that was, I thought that was normal. I thought I was like every other adult, that this is what you do. You go to college and then you're stuck working, a 9 to 5 job for the rest of your life. And, that thought sort of just stuck in with me. And I was just so unhappy with it, just unhappy, unsatisfied. And it just really started taking a toll on my body and on my mental health. It was something that I wasn't the same person I felt like I was. I didn't really feel, the happy, go lucky Natasha. I didn't really want to do anything. It was just constant work. And it was just something, like I said, I just wasn't myself. And I didn't feel like myself. So September rolls around and there is a few changes within the company, restructuring, stuff that was completely out of my control, and I ended up being let go. So for me, this was a complete shock. For the first time, I really didn't have anything to do. So I was without a job. I was graduated from school. I was living with my mom. And so for the first time, I was sort of unaware on what to do. When I was younger, I was always the type of person who I'd be given, direction, be giving instructions, and I would complete it. So I really didn't make up, my own rules. I was a follower, for lack of better words, and that's something I was really comfortable in, because I was able to take those instructions and do something. It was a task complete, task complete. There was no in between. There was always something to do, and I would always complete it. So, being 8 months post graduating and not having a job, it really opened my mind to see, okay, like we are at a point in my life where I don't know what to do and who to turn to. Both my parents were working, my boyfriend was working, my sisters were working, everybody had a job around me. And I sort of felt like this failure, because, like I said, for the first time, I didn't have anything. I didn't have anybody telling me what to do. I wasn't at school, I wasn't at work. It was just sort of this empty point. And like I said, I felt really self-conscious about it. And instead of exploring that, right now, like going into that and exploring that idea about why I felt self-conscious, I just knew that I needed to get a job as soon as possible. So I started looking for jobs, because I knew that I needed to have that safety blanket, that I need that stable job. I need something that's, I can tell people, hey, I'm working here. Yes, I have income coming in. I needed that safety blanket, like I said, of being able to have something. So I ended up finding, a job. I stayed there for 2 years. It was something where I wasn't really happy with it, but it had good benefits. It paid a lot more than my previous job. It wasn't too hard of work, but it was something where, I took that feeling of being lost and I felt like I sort of was coasting through it. It just didn't work out. So this time it was a little bit different because, like I said, I was still feeling unsatisfied, still not really happy with my life. Um, but instead of, stepping away from the job, I decided to keep it because, like I said, the pay was great, the benefits were great. It was something where I was still able to function in my everyday personal life. Um, but I decided to start incorporating more creativity. So being creative is something that I have always done and always taken during the hard parts of my life. So when there was a loss, I would always turn towards music, or I would turn towards art or painting, or, it was something that I just needed to be creative. I just needed to make something in order to feel like I was okay and to sort of fill that loss up. So because I was feeling so unsatisfied with everything, I really decided to take my time and to start adding more creativity into my life. Um, so for me, like I said, I was working that job for 2 years. So flash forward to Christmas 2019, I really decided to start, kind of like I said, filling that void in my life I had with something creative. So for me, like I said, I've always been really creative. Candle making was the next thing on the list. So I've always been painting, I know how to crochet, like I was cross stitching, I was one of those people who tried so many hobbies that I was just fun to try everything because I could say that I did it. So for me, candle making was next on the list, and that was something that I really quite enjoyed. So that summer 2019, I was still working, but I decided to buy some secondhand soy wax and get a couple old recycled jars and some twine and flowers, and I just put it all together and I started making candles. And for me, I often found growing up that I really didn't succeed in anything until I saw it at the end. So, like, as soon as you finish something, you don't really see it coming together, but then you step back and you look at it and you're, wow, like I did this. So, for me, as soon as I started making candles, it sort of just felt like something clicked, So I was able to look at what I made and I was like, this went surprisingly well. I feel all right about this. I had a lot of fun making it, and for me, it was like an instant match. And so I really started experimenting with this a little bit more on my days off. I bought more wax, I bought some fragrance. Like, I was playing around with this idea of making candles. And it wasn't until around Christmas time that my mom, because like I said, I was living with her, um, she told me that I should, apply for a farmer's market and sort of see where that went. And I was so nervous to apply for it. Like, I had no intent in selling my candles, let alone just making them as a stress reliever. But for me, being able to sell them and to, share, what I've made with other people was amazing. And I never really thought about it before as being able to take my creativity and share with other people. It was always, I do this as, a side project or an art club, or, it was never something that I saw going the way it did. So for me, I stepped out of my comfort zone because I was a very quiet person. Stepped out of my comfort zone and I applied for this Christmas market and I ended up getting it. Like I said, I really had no intent of selling candles to people besides, my friends and family. And as soon as, I had my little candles and my little tins and I set up my Christmas display, and it was something where it was just mind blowing how much support I got right off the bat. And I guess I still remember my first market where I had somebody walk up to this booth and I was sitting there with my mom and I was so nervous to talk to people. I was just, how do you market your products? How do you as being quiet as I was myself, how do I tell people about the things that I've made? Because, you know, I normally kept that to myself. So I had somebody come up and say, these are gorgeous. These are beautiful candles. I'll take one of each. And I look at them and I'm like, one of each. And yep, one of each. It was just, the support I got was just outstanding and just completely mind blowing to where, you know, to where I was at a time in my life. And um, so I made $500 at my very first market, and it was just something that really sort of opened my eyes into, hey, this is $500 I didn't have before. Like, this is $500 I used to make sitting at an office for 40 hours a week. But instead, you know, I'm selling my candles, I'm talking to people, you know, I'm socializing, I'm sharing my love of candle making with other people, and they love it. And it was this complete just whirlwind of just, you know, believing in the products that I was making and selling them, and to see that, like, stepping, you know, outside of my comfort zone, like I said, into selling that to other people was really just amazing. So after Christmas, I decided that I would just kind of go for it. I would start, like my mom said, she really encouraged me to take, you know, to apply and take those first steps and apply for markets. So it's exactly what I did. You know, I wasn't comfortable with the idea of creating a website yet, because it seemed too real for me, and it was something that I just wasn't comfortable with. So for me, I applied for markets because that was something I loved. I was able to still sell, you know, my candles in person, and so that's exactly what I was comfortable with at that stage in my life. So I applied for markets in March, April, May. This was the March, April, May that COVID hit. So for me, this is exactly how it went. I was sitting on my stairs with all my candles, and market displays and signs and boxes and, you know, everything I had ready to go for my upcoming market. And I got the email that all events have been canceled. And once again, I broke down. It was one of those things where, yet again in my life, I didn't have anything. So, you know, I still was working, but as soon as COVID hit, like, I lost my job. So it was just, I was without a job. I could no longer sell my candles at markets. And it was just that same feeling I had for the third time. And that's really that point when COVID hit that I really took a step back, and I told myself, I said, hey, this is it. We're not doing this anymore. So I really, it was that point, and I like to tell people that when I get asked what was the turning point between making candles and turning that from a hobby to a business, it was when things shut down, and it was when COVID hit. It was something that I really saw myself, and, I completely had a mindset that, for the second time in 2 years, like, once again, I found myself without, you know, without a job and in that same sort of loop. And I didn't want to do it again. I didn't want to feel unsatisfied. I didn't want to feel unhappy with myself. I wanted to change my life for the better. And that was really when I started creating goals for my business and for my personal life, because I knew that I didn't want to go through what I went through again. So I started creating goals, and I really wanted to take, where I was in life and the situation I was in, and just sort of create something out of it. So like I said, that night is when I really started goal setting, because like I said, my market was canceled, but I had everything ready. Like, I was packed, ready to load up the car for this market that was 2 hours away. And it was, it was sad because I had all this stuff and I really had no idea what I was going to do with it. Like, I didn't want to throw it out. I knew nobody was really going to buy it because my friends and family already had candles. So, it was just this sort of thing where, like I said, I had this mind shift change where I was like, nope, this is it. We're not gonna see this as a loss anymore. We're gonna take what's been given to us, the hand that we've been dealt, and the loss that so many people have seen with COVID and everything being shut down and so many people's jobs being lost. I decided, nope, I'm not gonna see this as a negative. I'm, going to try and find the potential in this situation. And for me, that's really when I sat down and I said, okay, I'm ready. I'm going to launch my website. So it was a matter of weeks after, I'd say 1 or 2 weeks after everything shut down, I decided to sit down. I really, that sudden change of plans really caused me to open my eyes. And like I said, I decided to shift that mindset and take the leap and decide to sell my candles to a greater audience. So I sat down and started making, my website. And before I did this, I really need to talk to myself and to, really look at where I wanted this to go. And like I said, that's when I started goal setting and where I really decided to, you know, reevaluate my definition of goals, because for me, I found that when I was younger, the goals that I was being asked to create were really things that I couldn't envision myself doing. So, it was something that I really needed to take a step back and look to say, okay, what are the goals that I want to do? What do I want to do as a person? What do I want to do with my candles, and where do I see that going? We get asked a lot when we're younger and when we're growing up, like, what do you want to be when you're grown up? And that's a goal setting question. A lot of us don't realize, but we're being asked to look into the future and start planning before we really have an idea of what we want to do. So for me, all the typical answers are teachers and astronauts and chefs, and all that stuff is 100% okay, but it was nothing that I really envisioned myself doing. And looking back, I understand why. It's because I didn't want to do that. And it was something that, looking at where I am now, I'm really happy with what I'm doing, and being able to sit down and really, like I said, reinvent what goals meant to me was something that really started shaping my business. So my goal setting process really began with me going back to the books. So I've always been somebody who like I said, likes seeing things right in front of me, likes taking something that's given to me and complete it. So for me, I looked up the definition of goals because I never have before. I was curious what the real definition of goals actually was. So I wanted to see how I could take that dictionary meaning and, turn it into something that I could use in my life. So the Merriam-Webster definition of goal setting states that a goal is the end towards which effort is being directed. If we take a closer look at that, there's really two parts to that. So you already have the end. So the end is, that goal you want to get to, but it's also the end towards which effort is being directed. So you sort of have this like unknown timeline of when, you can get that effort to be directed to that final object, that final place, that final, space where you want that goal to be. So for me, that was what really hit home for me, because I really started understanding that goals don't need a timeline. And in the past, I always had this lingering pressure of needing to, set and complete goals by a certain time. It was always, what's your, your 1 year goal? What's your 3 year goal? What's your 10-year goal? And I feel like that's where a lot of that pressure came for me to, get a career, work that 9 to 5 job, is because I needed to complete those 1, 3, and 5 year goals. And it was crazy. It was just one of those things where I read it and it just completely clicked with me. That relationship between, goals and timelines really created a wedge between the goals that I wanted to create, because I felt so pressured to meet those timelines, like finish that assignment like I did in school, that that part really took over my life, which, looking back, I can see how that was one of the reasons I was really unhappy with the decisions I was making, in my personal and in my business life. So when I talk about goal setting, I always like to focus on that end goal versus, the timeline versus that deadline that I need to set and complete it by. For my experience with goal setting, I always find that I like to focus on developing that plan to get to point A to B instead of the time that it takes to get to point A to B. And that really goes back to, that dictionary definition of that end goal and where your effort is being sent to. And like I said, it's a matter of creating that plan that encourages momentum to that end goal, but is realistic and challenging enough to complete it. I often found that in the past, all of my goals were either too easy that I was setting, that I really didn't need to put a lot of effort into it, or they weren't challenging enough where, I wasn't really learning anything along the way. And I think that's the most important part about goal setting, is that when you're creating a goal, you need to grow as a person throughout the experience. So if you're setting a goal for yourself where you feel like you can finish it tomorrow, are you really growing as a person, in that 24 hours? Like I said, it's not about the time, but it's a matter of having that end goal that you want to reach, but growing as a person while you do that. And I really think that's the most important part of goal setting, because like I said, a lot of my goals weren't challenging enough, and I wasn't looking to who I was as a person and who I wanted to be. And it was just something where I was just coasting through it, and yep, check off the list, I did it, check this off the list, I did it. But I wasn't acknowledging the fact that I was growing and I was changing and I was developing into a new person, and I was really experiencing life along the way. It was something that I wasn't really aware of. And now I can sort of say that my goals sort of challenge myself, and I can see, looking back, how I'm a different person now that I was from when I originally set the goal of creating a website. I can see how far along I've come, or even just what has happened to me in these past few years, that it's just really a matter of accepting that the goals that I set are really changing, have really changed me as a person, and I'm really happy for that. So because this presentation is about goal setting and I really want you to take something from it, I sort of want to share the steps that I've kind of gone through to create the goals that I have, and create those meaningful goals and that plan that focuses on the goals versus that timeline. So my goals for my personal life and my goals for my business really follow the same steps that I've created along the way, and I've found this process that really works for me, and it's something that I really want to share with you, because if I was able to share this information with myself 5 years ago while I was in high school, I feel like I would have started my business a lot sooner, being aware of what I've learned today. So for me, the number one step I like to start off with is the number of goals. So thinking about how many goals I want to set and what main goal I want to reach, I like to focus on setting 2 personal goals and 3 business goals. So these 2 numbers are numbers that work for me at my stage of my life. I'm almost 2 years into my business, and like I said, I just turned 23. I said that earlier in the presentation, but so this is what works for me is, 3 business goals, 2 personal goals. And that was something that I feel like setting these goals, even just for the year or for, the next 1 to 2 years. I really, I'm setting that hypothetical timeline, but I don't, I'm not sad if I don't meet it. I'll give you an example. So for me, I have almost 9,000 followers on Instagram. Like, that number just completely blows my mind about how, how many people are following me on my candle journey on Instagram. So one of the goals that I set for this year was to have 15,000 followers. So at the beginning of the year, I think it was just over 6. So I had this, this goal, this idea that I wanted to create, 15,000 followers, somebody, to look back and say that there's 15,000 people who are supporting me on my journey. And for me right now, like, I'm halfway through the year recording this, I have almost 9,000. So for me, do I see myself reaching, 15,000 before December? I'm not sure. Probably not, but does that really, do I feel discouraged? Absolutely not. I feel like I still want to reach, that 15,000 number, but when I look back, I have 9,000 people who are supporting me, who are on my team, who are encouraging me, and it's just, how can I be upset and feel discouraged when I have so many people on my team supporting me? And it's one of those things where it's a goal that I'm setting, but to see the journey along the way is just amazing. It's one of those things where, yes, I set a goal, but at the same time, that plan that I'm going to reach that goal, and I'm reaching out to so many people, and I'm sharing my products, and it's just really something I'm not discouraged about. I'll give you an example for my personal life as well. For me, it was to become okay with myself and to accept who I am as a person. And for me, this has been about meditation. This has been about my mental health. This has been about really listening to me and my body, and, expressing who I am as a person and saying what I want to do, and just really being genuine with my feelings and my mindset. And for me, that goal has no timeline, because I'm always learning, I'm always growing as a person, but it's something I'm setting that as a goal so that I have in my mind that's something I need to continually keep working on. Step number 2 is developing sort of that plan, like I've been saying. So for me, that plan is, if we go back to the Instagram followers, that plan is building up my social media, sharing my products with people, allowing myself to meet other people, put myself out there, do events, do markets, having all of these different types of exposure that will really, grow my audience within my business, but also put myself out there. I have to go to different markets, sign up for different events. Like, it's a matter of that journey along the way is really what it's going to make that end goal worthwhile. And speaking on that personal, that personal side of things, the plan that I had for, learning more about myself and really listening to myself is doing things that I love. I found that, incorporating that into my daily life was really about, learning who I am as a person and being able to enjoy the things that I'm doing and bringing back that happiness into my life. Because for so long, I was doing things for other people and I just wasn't happy. So for me, adding those things into my life, I can see, like I said, that end goal at the end of the hallway, at the end of the tunnel of, being more aware about my mental health and about my body, and my mindset, I can, do these things along the way to do one or two things a day that are going to make me happy and be able to, acknowledge that end goal in sight. So, number 2 is planning, that plan. So, step number 3 is adapting. So, I've never been I've never been a fan of change. I am now. I find that I've learned a lot through the past couple of years that has really allowed me to be okay with change. But, when it comes to a goal setting standpoint, you don't plan for change. When you're setting goals, you kind of don't have, this idea that you're going to be forced to change your goals or you're going to be forced to go down a different path to get to your goals. But the number 3 part of my goal step process is allowing yourself to be able to adapt. So with, on my business standpoint, being able to adapt and say, hey, you know, markets are canceled. I'm not being able to get that exposure I need to reach that goal of having 15,000 followers. So it's a matter of how am I going to adapt to that? I'm not going to change my goal. I'm not going to get rid of it. I'm not going to see it as a loss. I'm going to simply adapt and I'm gonna, change the way I'm doing things. And from there, that's why I created my website, because I still wanted to be able to reach the audience that I was getting, but still being able to interact with people. It was just, behind a screen, not in person, but being okay with being able to adapt is really something that's important. And seeing that in my personal life as well, like there's many changes I've faced when it comes to COVID, and relationships that I've lost, and relationships that I've gained, and jobs that I've lost, and just been so many changes through this last year that I think it's so important that when you look at setting a goal for yourself, you have to be okay with being able to plan for adaptation, being able to plan for change. Because once you're okay with that concept, you're able to account for anything that life may give at you. And that's really how you become a stronger, more versatile person, is developing and adding, adaptation into your skill set as a person itself. So to recap that and to go over that again, my 3 important steps I have when creating goal setting that I like to do in my personal and business life are creating the number of goals, focusing on what and how many goals I want to create. Number 2 is that plan. So planning on how I'm going to get from point A to B without, that relationship, and introducing a timeline. And number 3 is adaptation. So being able to see your goals, but being able to be okay with changes that might pop up and get in your way from creating that, step A to step B. So for me, those 3 steps have really helped me in my personal and in my business life. And looking back now, I really wish I had, the skills that I've learned as a 23-year-old to be able to tell my 16, 17, 18-year-old self. I think, being able to plan goals in the future for myself without being pressured by a timeline is something that's really important, and is, if that's the one thing you take from this presentation, I really hope that it's being okay with setting goals without knowing when they're going to be complete. Because that, like I said, that's the number one thing that is so crucial in goal setting that I've learned that I really want to share with you. As far as my goal setting presentation, this does conclude what I have written, but I am going to put my email and my website at the bottom of this video so that you're able to contact me if you have any questions regarding goal setting, or if you're just looking for another young mentor while starting your small business. I had so many people who offered to help me while I was starting, and I just love to give that back and be able to offer that help to somebody else who is starting out. Thank you so much for watching, and please contact me if you have any questions.
All right, so that was Natasha from Wicked Petals that we just heard from. And I know I'm feeling super inspired by her presentation. I hope that you guys are all too. I see that Carrie says, wow, thank you so much. Such a moving and impactful story. And I say definitely to that. That was really great words that we heard from Natasha, and we're super fortunate to have heard from her. I just thought I would share a little bit about my connection with Natasha. So I met Natasha when she did a market in kind of collaboration with my sister. And I bought, I think, every candle that she sold. And I don't know if I bought it. It was an online market, so I couldn't actually smell the candle. I could just hear about her story, and I could kind of just really get to know her through how she sold the candle. And that for me is what made the sale, is the way she presented her business and was just super kind, and her customer service was really exceptional. So I bought, I think, every cent from her that day, and I'm so glad I did, because I've been able to make this amazing connection with Natasha, and we've worked together a few times since. She's actually been in one of the markets that I hosted. So I am super excited that you guys have had the chance to hear from her, and I'm super excited to chat with her. So let's bring her in, and we'll hear from her now. Hello, Natasha. I can't quite hear you. I'm not able to hear you on my end, so just give us 1 second here. Sorry. All right, sorry everyone, just give us a second here. We will get this all sorted out. If you have any questions for Natasha in the meantime, please leave them in the comments, and we'll be happy to pass those on to her. I hope you're all enjoying the presentations that we've heard so far, and that you're checking them out on social media and seeing what they're all about there. And I think a common theme that I've noticed so far, I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but both of the presenters so far have given you guys their contact information and told you to contact them if you ever have any questions or just want to get a hold of them, which is super amazing, and really just goes on to show that again, you are not alone, and that there are people here who want to see your small business or the service you provide really flourish and do well. So that's awesome. All right, it looks like we might have Natasha joining us here again. Okay. Natasha, are you able to hear me? Still not able to hear her, but all good. We will work through it. You know what, Natasha, why don't we actually hop onto Instagram? Why don't we do an Instagram live? Okay, I'm gonna go live on Instagram and I'll get you to follow me there or to join me there.
Okay. Whoa.
That was my bad.
We're doing some great stuff on the fly here. I just wanted to say thank you to Amanda. That was an amazing pivot she just did there when we weren't able to hear Natasha. So we're probably going to be moving to Instagram Live for the Q&As moving forward. We're going to play around over lunch to see if we can figure out a way of doing it and also being seen on YouTube. But if not, please go to YETI, at YETI CFCR on Instagram if you're not there already, and be ready to watch us going live. We were going to go and do a little bit on Instagram over the lunch break anyway, so you might as well go and like us over there as well, and then you can pick up on when we go live more easily. So anyway, we're going to stop for lunch now. We're going to have half an hour, but in order to keep you ticking over while we go for lunch, we thought we'd ask you a question. And we particularly want anybody to answer this who has a view on youth entrepreneurship, young entrepreneurs generally. And the question is, what do you think is a barrier to you starting your business? We are going to have a chat about it afterwards, but we would love to see your opinions, your thoughts on what would stop you starting a business tomorrow. Think about resources, think about information, think about ideas, anything that you think it would stop you from opening your doors tomorrow for your business. If you want to add to the conversation, we are going to keep the live feed going over the lunch, so you can put your answers in the comments section on Facebook or in the chat on YouTube, and we will take a look at that before we get back at 12:45. So 12:45, we're coming back. Amanda, how are you feeling?
Good.
Traumatized is what you wanted to say.
Feeling like lunch is coming at a good time.
Okay. So about 12:25, we are going to go live on Instagram again, just to have a quick review. So pop over to there if you want to at about 12:25. But in the meantime, we will see you back here at 1:45. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back, and thanks for staying with us over the lunch break. I hope you had a good little snack or some sort of a lunch to kind of help you along.
Give you some energy. for the
Yeah,
rest
give
of
you
the
some
day.
energy. Yeah, absolutely. So we just wanted to take this opportunity to again thank our sponsors for making this day possible. So if you stayed with us on the live, then you would have seen a few names pop up. So again, thank you to those who made it possible. Our business sponsors, Next Gen Transportation and Elements Health, and our municipal sponsors, Town of Stony Plain and Brazeau County, and to everyone else who helped support us to make this day come alive. So shout out to you, and yeah, let's continue with our day.
Yes. So one of the questions we left you with was, what is a barrier to your business if you're a young entrepreneur? So we had a bit of a brainstorm about this yesterday, because we often hear this when young people are coming to us, not just for YETI, but younger entrepreneurs who approach Community Futures for support. We are an organisation that supports small business. We help with training and coaching, as well as provide small loans. So we have a lot of people through the door who all have businesses in different states of development. But the younger entrepreneurs specifically, we hear a lot of, oh, I can't do it because of this reason or that reason. So we thought we would just take 10 minutes just to go through some of those reasons and see if we can come up with some ideas to make some of those worries go away and take down some of those barriers. So I'm going to refer to this in a very unprofessional way, but my memory is shot, so I need it. But one of the things that we've discovered running YETI for the last 6-7 years is that small business ownership tends not to be talked about in schools as an option. So we're very lucky in Memorial Composite High School in Stony Plain. They do actually still have an entrepreneurship option. So if you're at high school there, you do have the option to take entrepreneurship, marketing, and some other business courses, I believe. So there's plenty of opportunity there to dip your toes in and have a go at coming up with some ideas and running a business, developing a business idea. But if you're not in the fortunate position of being in a high school that has those options, and they're becoming fewer and far between, what do you do? How do you even get to the point where you consider small business ownership as an option for you as a career path? It tends to be more that standard, the standard process that Natasha spoke about this morning, that there's you move from high school to secondary education, and then you start a business later on if once things have changed for you and you have that opportunity later on. But so here's a few things that you can think about if your high school doesn't have an option to discuss small business ownership. So first of all, there's programs like YETI. We're not the only program in rural Alberta or in the city. You have Junior Achievement. They have a variety of programs that you can enter. There are also local municipal competitions and programs that you can join. Some of them are ones that are giving awards, others involve mentorships. So those are all options that you can look to joining. Did you have an entrepreneurship option at high school?
No, so I did not. The options at my school were very limited, and I feel like business is the last thing that my school would have considered, because we were an extremely rural school, and I don't think there was a lot of, not even initiative for that, but even awareness. I don't even know if the school would know how to go about running a business class, but I think if a school offers a business class, even if you don't have a business idea in mind, I think it's totally a good option to take. There's so much you can learn that even apply to your own personal life when you're speaking business. So I did not have that option, but I really wish I did.
Yeah, even some municipalities have programs for younger kids as well. So before you even get to that high school stage, Community Futures Capital Region has just supported Lemonade Day, and Lemonade Day is an initiative which is all over North America, where younger kids get the opportunity to open a lemonade stand and get used to the idea of selling a product to customers. So even if that's all that's available to you and you are younger, or you're a parent or a teacher and there's younger people you can influence, that's an option as well. So look out for those things. Another idea we had was we work with Breton High School and Brazo County generally. In Brazo County, in one of the high schools there, one of our presenters from last year actually started an after-school club for the high school students. And that's something that if you have a school that has clubs, it may have an entrepreneurship club, or if not, you could potentially start one. If you want to know how to do that, you can contact us. You can talk to a teacher at school. Usually you have to have a school sponsor, like through a teacher. But if you can find that, someone who will help you and support you getting started, we're always here. So you can always come and talk to us about how you could actually run that entrepreneurship club. If that's not an option for you and there's no entrepreneurship option, another thing to do is to take other subjects as options which have a connection to entrepreneurship, even if that's not a direct connection. So something like business administration, bookkeeping or accounting, even Comtech or leadership classes are all things that you will use at some point during your business career. So Amanda, is there anything that you learned at high school that you have been able to apply to your business? Because you're a business owner. We haven't said that today. We've talked about our roles in Community Futures, but we haven't talked about the fact that we're actually business owners ourselves. So Amanda has a photography business. So if you could pull out an experience from school that was useful to you, is there anything?
So I actually had the opportunity to join like a photography club in high school, and I didn't do that because when I was in high school, photography wasn't really even on my mind. That was something I found shortly after I graduated high school, because I just kind of sat there and was like, okay, like I have the cap and gown, I have the diploma, but I have no idea what to do next.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought back to what I enjoyed doing like when I was younger, like what were some of my hobbies, and I did enjoy taking photos, but I never actually invested in that myself. So my parents were generous enough to help me out to buy my first camera. So that happened the summer that I graduated, and I didn't even know what I was doing. I had no idea really how to operate a fancy camera or how to run a business. But I wouldn't even say, I couldn't even pinpoint an idea from high school that helped me get there.
Yeah.
A lot of it just came from my own self-motivation and my interest in learning more. It started with buying books and just testing out my camera and doing photo shoots for friends and family. So that's kind of where all that started.
So that's another option in and of itself, that you could learn about business from books, from YouTube. There's plenty of entrepreneurs on YouTube talking about their secrets. You have to keep a sense of perspective with some of the YouTubers, but generally you can get some fantastic ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
One other thing that you could do, well, two other things actually. One of them is just work, get a part-time job. It's always, you're never going to not gain experience from getting out there into the world and taking on a job, even if it's for a part-time customer service job. You're all the time, you're learning about what you like, but more often you're learning what you don't like about the way the business is run. And that sometimes can be your best training, is to observe and participate in a process that you don't necessarily think is the best way to do something. So use every opportunity, whether it's a part-time business or book learning or whatever it is, to think about, well, if I had a business, would I do it this way? How could I improve things?
Yeah, that's a great point.
And then the last idea I had from this particular option is to shadow a business owner. Especially if you are looking to start a business in something like photography. I know Amanda has offered mentorships to other photographers who are looking to do something similar. If you knock on the door of any decent business, they're likely to be open to a certain amount of shadowing or mentorship. So one of the things that both Amanda and Natasha talked about were the opportunities to network, to not be afraid, to one thing that Amanda said, which stayed in my mind, was to say that to put yourself in the mindset that you deserve a seat at the table. And I think that's really important. Sometimes it's a little hard to do that, but it's really important. And the majority of business owners aren't going to turn you away. They're going to even sit down and have a cup of coffee with you for 10 minutes and impart some of their knowledge.
Yeah, and I just want to add that if you're here, I think that's a great step, and you've already kind of overcome one of those barriers. So good for you for showing up and for taking part in this day, because just like I've said multiple times and I'll keep saying, we're learning from some really exciting people who have a lot of knowledge and value, and they are they're openly sharing what they know to you guys. So they've overcome the barriers, and I know that they all want to see young entrepreneurs come over the barriers as well. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's awesome. Did you have anything else to add for that?
How are we doing for time? We're getting close. Okay, so one of the things that Amanda and I did when we were doing the run-up to this was to talk about business ideas. Some people hold back with the business because they don't know how to come up with an idea. We have information on that on the YETI website, so you can download a sheet from there. It's probably not up right now, but it will be up next week on how to come up with a great business idea. There's also some Instagram stuff that we may have kept, which talks through that. So if you're struggling coming up with an idea, then that's the place to go. And the final thing, and then we'll move on to the video, is that we are a lot of people don't get started because they don't have the money to get started. Response to that is really the same as every business owner. You're not special because you're young where this is concerned. So many small business owners don't have the cash to get started. So they have to come up with a plan that enables them to take that first step. So whether that's saving, whether that's starting in a way which minimizes the cost to start with, or it's to see if you can borrow money from parents, and later on, as you get a little bit older, whether you can borrow money from an organisation like Community Futures. But wherever you go to get your startup funds, there's always a way to bootstrap it to start off with. So if you want advice about that, we're here to help with that as well.
Yeah, so true. No, those are some awesome points that you've made there. So continuing our live day, we have a presentation for you from Des. Des is the co-owner of the Creative Hive, which is a co-working space here in Edmonton. And she shares a little bit more about how her career path just kind of took a little bit of a turn. So we'll hear from her here right away, and we'll also be live on Instagram with her following this. So I'm excited for you guys to watch Des's presentation.
Hello and welcome to the conference. If you've been tuning in to talks throughout the last day, I really hope you've been enjoying each and every one of them. My name is Des Malenka, and I am so very happy to be here. The idea that I get to stand here and just chit chat for a while is incredibly exciting. It's also empowering to know that we have so many young entrepreneurs in our city, in our province, and across the country even, that really want to dive into their dreams and dive into their goals and see what they can do to make their impact, that lasting impression on their community and the world around them. It's a big deal. And being an entrepreneur isn't for anyone who's faint of heart or isn't willing to roll up their sleeves and work hard. And that's what really drew me to the idea of speaking to you guys here at the YETI conference, because of the small town roots, that small town community feel that I so wholeheartedly believe in. I was born in Edmonton, but raised in Gibbons. So if you don't know Gibbons, population has been at 3,000 on that sign for as long as I can remember. Maybe it's fluctuated up a little bit, maybe it's fluctuated down a little bit, but it's been right about that point my entire life. And it's that place and those people and that small town idea that really allowed me to be confident in my connections. I have huge love and respect for people who grow up and work in small towns because they're the fabric that makes who we are. I always little extra check mark for people that come from that small town background. But I have always been someone who has talked a little too much, have been a little bit too loud, and maybe dreaming bigger than I can even get my hands onto. Have you ever had that? Where you have these huge, big dreams, but getting to that point can seem so daunting and so unreal. But those things can happen. And it's taken me decades to get there, and I'm still learning each and every day, and you are just starting your process of learning. So the idea that you want to jump into this crazy world of being an entrepreneur is so exciting. It takes a special person to be that. So values are a big deal to who I am and to who I believe all entrepreneurs need to be and need to hold into them as they move forward. What your values are may differ from mine. But for us, for me here, family is number one and will always be number one. How can I create a better life for me, my family, and those people that I absolutely love? They're my ride or dies in this world. Community. I believe that there is huge power in connecting to the people around you. And that takes me back to the small town. I could knock on anybody's door and know I could get a cup of sugar or borrow some milk. And I knew that Bob lived 2 doors down and Andy lived right here and that their son was going here and that their daughter was going there. There's some power in that connection of community, people to lean on and lean into when you need it, or that you can be the support for them. And you, in my opinion, shouldn't have more than one community, right? There's communities for different parts and different seasons of your life. And that to me is vitally important as you start to grow as a whole person, but also as an entrepreneur. You're gonna have communities in your entrepreneur world that are for marketing, that are for your actual business, that are for your support, that are outside of your basic friend group because you have different goals and aspirations for that one particular part of your life. And it's a huge part of your life. It's so all encompassing so many days of the week. My parents kind of planted that seed, my mom in particular. They owned and operated so many different small businesses as I was growing up. She was a real estate agent and had a real estate firm. She was a hairdresser and owned Uptown Hair in Gibbons. It was there until not very long ago. And they opened and started a few liquor stores when that was privatized. Some of the small town bars and pubs, they would fix up and get them ready and then turn them over. And so I always saw how much they put into it, but how much they got out of it too, that we could go anywhere in the community. And they always knew that I was Kathy and Dez's daughter. There's something to be said in that. So I think I grew up watching them do that. And that idea of being an entrepreneur was really planted in early. However, I took a little bit of a different path. I wanted to be a reporter. I wanted to be to share the stories of people. Little did I know that little nugget was going to take me through all different aspects of my life. I went to office administration for 2 years because, you need a practical job first and foremost. Then I went into radio and television over at NATE. And for 15 years, I was with CTV News in Edmonton. I worked my way up, though, through Terrace, BC. Let me tell you, how I got past Terrace, BC is a miracle to me. Yorkton. Then I went onto Regina. I started at the very bottom here at CTV Edmonton and worked my way up to an anchor position on the 6 o'clock news for the weekends, and then opening their CTV Morning Live program when that started, and then finally my own segment called On Your Street, which kind of did that full circle thing, right? It brought me back to sharing stories about communities and people doing great things that I always loved and watched around me entirely as I was growing up. So that full circle moment, and when things had started changing in the media industry and I had this opportunity to create the Creative Hive, is when I jumped. And that backbone of entrepreneurship from my parents and that complete belief that if I worked hard enough, it would work, that something would work. And you have to have that ingrained in you. But here's the thing. I always thought I had to have a plan, and not just a plan, a very specific plan. I had to do A before I could do B, and I had to do B before I could do C, and I had to do C before I could do D. And it could never shapeshift or change. Those were what we were going to achieve. I don't know, but for me, I'd like to crumple that old plan up and throw it out the window, because the idea of being fluid through my path to success here at the Creative Hive is really what has allowed us to shapeshift and grow and niche into what we need to do to become fulfilled, to become financially solvent. I mean, to be able to have a living doing this. Nobody yet is very wealthy, and we're not making huge amounts of money doing this, but you need to be able to pay the bills. You need to be able to keep the lights on in your space and in what you're doing. So for us, that idea of being flexible in the plan and taking the concept, the values you have in your business, and shifting those to what the needs are in the industry, in the world, hello COVID, and what you're doing are vitally important. So let me head back to the TV. What I learned from there is how to work with people. I learned about being part of a team. I learned about communication. I still believe that picking up the phone and dialing a number and talking to somebody on the other side of that phone is vitally important to move yourself forward, that there's still an importance for that human connection as we push through in any of our goals, not just ones in business. Texting is convenient and great. I text a lot. But there's something to be said for that conversation, for that ability to look somebody in the eye and share exactly what you need, exactly what you believe, and exactly what you're feeling to get you to where you need to go, right? Like we're talking right now and I can't see you, but I'm imagining you sitting there full of ideas and budding with enthusiasm for what you want to do, your big dreams, your BHAGs, your big, hairy, audacious goals. You know them. They're deep inside you, and how each one of you is going to get there is going to be vitally, like drastically different from each one. I won't pretend to be an expert in business because I'm telling you, I am learning a lot every single day. But what I am an expert in is our business and how we've got to where we are right now. So I would love to share with you a bit about that, and maybe you can have some takeaways from our story and our struggles and our journey that can help you on yours. Our biggest one, though, is that bending path towards success. Okay, the Creative 5. So imagine this. We walk into this beautiful warehouse. Oh, no, that's not right. We walk into a warehouse that was mainly used to redo front-end loaders. It was a mining company prior to. You couldn't breathe in our facility because the smell was so toxic almost. I don't think anything had been redone or upgraded in this space for decades, but it was always a space for industry, for construction, for something along those lines. But when we walked in, I walked in here with my business partner, one of my best friends, Mike Ty, the co-founder here at the Creative Hive. We wanted it to be something else. What we saw was a wide open space filled with possibility and potential. Possibility and potential. Huge, right? Those are big words. They're big words as you lead yourself into that life of entrepreneurship and as you lead yourself toward those big goals, regardless if it's a 9-to-5 job or a corporate job or anything. Possibility and potential. We didn't see all of that. We did smell it because you couldn't help it. But what we saw is the ability to make the space something we wanted. A space where creative people could come together and do what they do best in a place that welcomed them, that listened to them, and that allowed them to spread their wings. It also allowed us to do those things. And we wanted the definition of creative to not just be about an artist or a sculptor or a painter but that there's creativity in each and everything that you do. An architect can be creative, an accountant can be creative, a writer is obviously very creative, that there's creativity in every aspect of every job if you're willing to look for it. And this was gonna be the space to do that. We were opening a co-working space in West Edmonton and we were sure that was the way to go. So we planned for it. We planned big, we planned long. We figured out how many desks we thought we would need. We had projections and we had numbers and we did all of those things. And then we opened it up. And we just thought, they're just going to start coming in. No. But they did come, slowly but surely. And with each one of those, we started to really see that community being built. We started to see the people that were renting office spaces here. We started seeing that community and that hope and that resilience being built. And we learned from each and every person that walked in. And we learned that finite plan that we had in place, maybe it would have to shift a bit because right now, we had to keep the lights on. So what did that mean? It meant getting creative. It meant thinking outside the box. We didn't give up on the idea of co-working. We still talked a lot about it. We still worked hard to get people in the space for that specific reason. Co-working in and of itself for us was relatively new in the Edmonton landscape. So we kept pushing forward. And then one day someone said, this is a really great space. Can we just have an event here? And I was like, oh, we don't do events. But wait, why don't we? Could we? We probably could. And so that idea of being flexible and open to what could come our way was what allowed us to create some events, a kind of a revenue generation from the space that brought more community together. That word is prevalent in so many things we do here as part of our mission, as part of our values. Our vision here at the Creative Hive is no one's story goes untold. So how many communities does that encompass? Whose doesn't that encompass? So next thing we knew, events were starting to happen. They were starting to come in, and our business model had changed a little bit. Co-working wasn't taking off as much. And so we kind of leaned into the event side and explored that side of the world. And slowly we started to gain some traction, some momentum. So what did we do? We, of course, made a new plan, because I still had that mentality that without that perfect strategic plan in place, that it wasn't going to work. Little did I know that we could have done an overarching plan for our big goals and visions of our values. That has never changed, and that will never change. But what has changed is what it looks like on the outside and who is coming into the space, because all of a sudden our co-working space was becoming an event space, and we had this huge passion still for production, but that's not where it was coming in. It was coming in with events. And so we started moving in that path and working with more and more people, allowing ourselves to be flexible to what was going on. We had plans, daily plans, we had monthly plans, all kinds of plans. I planned to plan, if you know what I mean. They're essential, but they aren't everything. In my opinion, you have to be flexible and willing to shift and change as the market, as your business, as your vision, as your dream evolves and changes and moves towards what you need it to be for that time. So a year in, we started doing a few videos, started getting some momentum along that way, and realized, co-working wasn't really happening all that much, and realized that we just needed to keep moving and shaking things up. And staying true to who you are through each part of that, in my opinion, is vitally important. We started to figure out who we were. We started to figure out what we wanted. What do we want in all of this? Have you ever asked yourself that? Have you ever sat down and thought, what do I want? Outside of my plan, outside of the business idea, what do I want for me personally? I think it's an important question to ask yourself, and it's one that I continually ask myself, because the big wants never change. That idea that I have more time with my family, time, that one commodity that is so limited, is so finite, that we can't ever get back, we can't ever exchange, it's always the same. So I want more time with family and friends and people that care. That doesn't change. But what else do I want? I want to connect with more community. I want to give back more. My ability to give back more changes, and that changes as your business grows, shifts, changes, and evolves. Those are all really important things to know. But that weaving path continues for us here at the Creative Hive. So we were hanging in there. We were growing, even kind of in that one direction. A little bit of co-working, events picking up more and more steady, but there's a lot of work in that. There's a lot of manual labor. There was a lot of planning and preparation, and we weren't experts in that. So we started to work with a lot of experts, leaning in on those people who do what they do better than you do it. Let them. That's what they're great at, is being able to pinpoint in and say, you're really good at that. You should do that for me too. It's helped us learn, it's helped us grow, and it's helped us continue that shifting path as we head towards what will be success. And I would say we are successful. We were right from the beginning because we were happy. The idea of getting up and coming into work each and every day was not a chore. It was something that we wanted to do. We could see that there was potential and possibility. Big things as you're pushing and moving forward. So what do you want your business to be? Number one, does it have potential? Does it have possibility? Does it ignite a passion? Does it inspire you to want to give back and do better and do bigger and move mountains to create what you need? Those are big ideas and big things. And the Creative Hive was starting to be that, because now it wasn't that place where when we bring people in and they would say, oh, what are you going to do in here? People could see the vision. They could see what we created around us, and they had a little bit of trust built into what we wanted to do in this space. So we're about a year in, and we were trucking along. We were hanging in there. Events are going well. Video was slowly starting to pick up, working hard to establish our names in that world outside of the media. Both Mike and I came from CTV News and media backgrounds, working at many stations throughout our years there. But if we only had stuck to our original plan, I wonder where we would have been if we didn't allow ourselves that flexibility to change as the space, as this space that we could not move was dictating how people wanted to use it. If we didn't allow ourselves to shift our vision or plan for a business, what would it have been then? I don't know, but I'm really excited of where it's gone. And just when we thought we were close to some of those big goals, that extra time, financial security, some of those things, then a world pandemic hit. At that time, we had about 3% vacancy rate for the upcoming summer. We were so excited. It was the first time our calendar was full. We knew we had studio bookings and event bookings and things were happening, and it was exciting. And then the entire world shut down. Each and every one of you felt it too. It's the one thing, that one commonality that we all have. Possibility, potential. We weren't sure what either of those things looked like as COVID-19 kind of disrupted our whole lives. One day we were in here working, and the next day, nothing, closed. Events canceled. How long? Oh, only a few weeks, I'm sure, right? And I remember sitting in that room with Mike and another gentleman that was doing some contract work for us, and well, how are we going to make sure people remember who we are as we go through this idea of COVID? What are we going to do? Well, we do video. We can't do events or anything like that because COVID is here. What are we going to do? Again, being able to be flexible and shift and change as the market needs us to be, while still sticking true to our values, to our mission, to our vision of who we are as people and as a business, right? That doesn't change. But we had to be flexible. We had to be able to bend and maneuver, because if we didn't, let's be honest, there would be no Creative 5. Full stop, done, over. Our business revenue was gone. At the close of the pandemic, it closed everything down. So what were we going to do? We decided we needed to stay in front of people. We needed to make sure that the community that we had worked so hard to cultivate and build, and it was still growing at that point, it still is growing today. And I hope it continues to grow for so many more years to come, because we are nowhere near that BHAG in this building and in this space and in this city and in this province and in this country. Oh my goodness, there's some big things coming. And we're so excited to see where this business takes us. But at that point, we knew we had to stay relevant. We had to stay talked about. We had to stay that we were open without being open. And so what do? We leaned back on our video side, because we could communicate this way, right? Virtually. We could connect with people still. We could still build that community. We could still show possibility and potential. But whose potential? Well, why don't we show the potential of everybody around us and see where that leads? So we did. Every day for 3 months, we did a Facebook Live. We talked to people in our community, people that had to close their doors. We talked to small businesses that were finding cool and unique ways to keep their doors open in the virtual sense, if not, literally open. We talked to restaurants that were doing takeout. We talked to people that were losing their jobs and had created something on their own. We talked to city councilors about what the city was doing. We just kept talking. We kept showing up with our Creative Hive banner. And the next thing we knew, we were being talked about even more. And our doors weren't even open. But without the idea of being flexible, I'm going to keep going back to that. Without the idea of being flexible, it never would have worked. It never would have been able to work, because we needed to maintain that movement. We needed to be able to maintain that shift as our business had changed without us even knowing that it was going to. So we continued to push forward. And you're going to face the same things. There's going to be extremely awesome days. There's going to be very bad days. There's going to be middle days. And there's going to be elation. The roller coaster of entrepreneurship, as you probably already know, is up and down and around. So how do we find that level ground? I'll let you know when we find it. All right, so we started doing those Facebook Lives and pushing on the video side. And then we got introduced to somebody named Dr. Jody Carrington. She was a Spitfire who was on a mission to reconnect a disconnected world, her words. And she was going to do these virtual events. And she didn't want to do just Zooms. She didn't want to do, no interaction. She wanted to do something big, something that showed people their value, because she was putting value in the work that she was doing and what she was creating. And she asked us if we could do a little virtual event. Little, in her words, it was not little at all, but we naively thought, absolutely. But we'd never done a virtual event. We didn't have the equipment. We had the knowledge. We knew how to produce. We knew how to make video. If we weren't willing and being ready to be flexible and to shift and change as the market needed, again, honing in on that point, this wouldn't have happened. We decided to be honest. We said we can do all of these things incredibly well. We are masters at storytelling. Mike and I won a dozen awards, international, universal awards for storytelling. Edward R. Murrow Awards. Like, we won big things because we knew how to tell stories. We were good at that. So we told her that, with the caveat, we've never done a virtual event. We've never produced something of that size, but we can. We have that small town ethic. We're going to roll up our sleeves and we're going to get it done. And instead of just running to the hills, Jody, being a small town girl herself, said, okay, you get a chance. I believe you can do it. And my goodness, did we ever. It was so much fun. It was more work than we had done in a very long time in a very different way. But started to feel that buzz again because I didn't know where COVID was going. Who knows where it's going right now? But we knew we had to keep moving forward and being able to shift into what we needed to become to be relevant, to stay open, and to be successful. After that first event, there's a few more, but what it did do was establish us in that video realm. So events weren't happening. We're now, 6 or 7 months into COVID-19 and they still weren't coming back. We had to lean in on our video production side, those years of work on that, in that world through media. But Jody's events and her team and her belief in us allowed us to believe that we could do it. And other people started believing it too. And slowly but surely we started to generate and to attract other projects. And we were able to hang on, and we're still hanging on and hoping. But we are fluid in the idea that we could learn and we could do, and that there was a process that each and every one of us could take to get to that next step. And so over the next few months, video kept us going. We were not nearing any of the projections, all those plans that we had, those projection numbers and all those fancy things that we had set up. We were nowhere near any of those things. And our plan was this way, and then it went that way, fast and furious. But if we didn't go with it that way, there wouldn't be a creative hive. Think about that. If you're not willing to shift and change a little bit, I'm not huge on the word pivot because I feel like that's a complete turnaround from what you're doing. But the idea that you can shift and change and your business can become what it needs to be as it needs to be it, and you can find yourself in that and maybe bring in more people as you go is exciting. So as this video side started really developing for us, and that's where our passions have always been, because it allowed us to connect to that community we talk about, to share stories. Again, vision. No one's story will go untold. It's right there. But and the world now starting to open up again, fingers crossed, as we move through this pandemic, events want to come back. But that's not where our heart and our passion lies. We love to see the people in here. We love to bring them together, but that's not my expertise. And so we've looked at our business plan now. We said, okay, well, video is this part of it. Great, but there still can be an events part of it, but maybe we aren't the ones who run that aspect. Maybe we bring in some of those experts to do that part so that more people can use the space, more communities can be connected, more people can become parts of different communities, and it allows us to round out the picture. So what was a co-working space in an empty warehouse evolved into so many different things, and it's still evolving. So today, right now, the Creative Hive as an umbrella is building. It can't move, it's here, it's always here. There's office rentals, yes. Co-working, no, not right now. But there is co-working in the sense that all the people in the office work together. It's incredible to walk through the space and hear them connecting and hear them talking and helping and working with each other. It's my favorite place to be. It always has been. So we have that side of it still. And then we have the Hive, which is our event section. And we have Hive Media, which is our video productions, really starting to define those different arms of our business. But if we hadn't been fluid and moving through all the changes and shifts and circles over the last 3.5 years, would those sides be developed? Hard to say. If we hadn't been open to the idea that we could move as the world needed us to, would we still be here? Absolutely not. Possibility and potential can only take you so far. There actually has to be some business. And if you are not willing, in my opinion, to change your plan to keep your business going, then your business may have a date on it. It may not. Everyone's is different. But for us here at the Creative Hive, it absolutely would have been. But get ready to work really hard, harder than you've ever worked. And the funny thing is that you want to, that you want to be a part of it each and every day, that the hours that you calculate the day don't matter. They matter because you put them in, but you want to put them in. It's not like, oh, darn, I got to put another 2 hours in. It's like, yes, here we go. And what I can tell you is that there's the most exciting people in this space than there ever have been. As we start to move past this pandemic, we start to see where the next shift and where the next bend in the road is going to be for us and for this entire Creative Hive community, heck, for the entire city of Edmonton and outlying areas. It's exciting because there are big things happening. We believe that the potential to be flexible have allowed us to get there. In our space right now, we have activists, we have marketing teams, we have events event planners. We have a non-for-profit. We have one gentleman who's been working here each and every day co-working. He's the only co-worker that's going to stay in the space as we move forward because everyone believes in working together. There's a community that's being built here. I would honestly say personally for me that we've built a family into this space. So maybe we've done things a little backwards. It's worked for us. You got to figure out what works for you. But my best piece of advice is to stay flexible in how you make those decisions, to know that there may be more than one way to get there, that a plan is a perfect way to start, but make sure you do your plan in pencil because you may need to erase it. You may need to adjust. And keep learning. I am. There's so many things I absolutely don't know yet and I'm struggling to find out each and every day. But start with a plan. Be ready to change that plan and know that it's okay to change that plan because the idea of your business starting and where it ends, those are two different points. Imagine yourself being a kid and where you are now. You're not the same person. You have different dreams and different goals. You may still have the same values, but you don't have the same dreams and the same goals, the same outlook and the same knowledge. So being able to apply each one of those things is so exciting. I, for one, am wildly excited about the future. I'm wildly excited to see what each and every one of you does and can do. And just know that being creative and being exactly who you are in the way that you should be is going to be your path and your journey. And I'm very excited to see it and to be a part of it, and reach out anytime if you have any questions or you want to come by and see the Creative Vibe. This is a space for community, and very soon we will happily unlock that front door and let the community back in.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We have a new person joining us. A new person. How lovely.
I'm Brandon.
Yeah, so we have the honor of getting to chat with Brian before our next presentation. So, Brian, do you want to let everyone know who you are?
Sure. Yeah, my name is Brian Siddle. I'm one of the partners at Strong Coffee Marketing, and we've had the pleasure of hosting this event today. We're actually in our boardroom, which we've kind of converted. A little bit about Strong Coffee. We're a digital agency. We've been around since 2011. And as mentioned, I'm one of the 4 partners. We do basically anything digital. So whether it's creating websites, running ads, social content, that kind of thing. And so it's been fun to have everybody here today, and we're learning as we go, and we're figuring it out.
Yeah, awesome. So Strong Coffee has assisted us in the past few months-ish prepare for this day, prepare for the YETI 500 Club. So thank you for all of your help and all of the emails. Can we jump on a Zoom call? So you guys have stuck with us, so we definitely appreciate that. But yeah, so we are in Strong Coffee's space right now. And are you guys having fun?
Well, I am. Yeah, this has been a lot of fun. We've done live events in the past. We haven't done one in person in a really long time, for obvious reasons. But no, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, and what has been like your biggest takeaway or your favorite thing that has happened so far?
I think having a chance to sit behind the camera and listen to some of the videos as they're happening. There's lots of really talented people in the Edmonton region, and then knowing a little bit about YETI already, having the chance to hear from one of the former participants and seeing how that program is really helping people along. I know earlier you mentioned about when you were in high school, there wasn't really any avenue for you to go to learn about entrepreneurship, and I was the same way. So it's cool that there are these programs now that people can take advantage of, because everybody wants to start a business, but not many people know how.
Yeah, definitely. So our next presentation is going to be from Adams & Co. And I thought maybe before we showed their presentation, we could have a little chat about kind of their brand and their marketing. So who better to have a conversation with than Brian himself? So Adams & Co., I actually have a personal connection to them. So one of the owners is my sister, and she started with 2 of her friends who they're actually sister-in-law. So they are the Adams, and my sister is the Co.
Makes sense.
So they sell scrunchies, beeswax wraps, and just sustainable items like that. And like you'll learn soon in their presentation, they really strive for that sustainable model, and that's really important to them. So they kind of saw that, they ran with it, and I think they run quite an amazing little business myself. So we're happy to share this presentation with you in about 10 minutes. But before we get into that, let's just chat about them. So have you had the time to kind of check out their Instagram?
Yeah, I checked out their Instagram, watched a little bit of their video ahead of time too. And I think when you mentioned sustainability, that's one of their kind of key messages. And when we talk about branding in general, branding is a lot more than just a logo. There needs to be a story behind the brand, and the idea of being a sustainable organization. That's a really cool avenue that's really become very trendy and popular as of late. But that's a really important when we talk about branding, not just with Adams & Co., but in general is, there's so much more than just the logo you hang up at the front door and the website that you have. There's the messaging behind it, who you are, etc. We've done the same thing here with the idea that you see it behind us. Think, do, teach is kind of our tagline, and it's been our tagline for a number of years. And the reason we have that tagline is when people ask us, what do, we can kind of go off of this. The think being, we do a lot of strategy work. The do, we create a lot of websites, we do a lot of content, we create a lot of ads. And then the teach, the idea of doing a lot of teaching and speaking, not just at conferences that we do a lot of, but when we work with clients, teaching them as we go, like, this is why we did this. This is why we think you should do this. So to get back to Adams & Co., they built a really solid brand. Like, it's just, when you look at their Instagram, you can just tell everything fits together. It all works. It all flows nicely, and that's what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, absolutely. I personally think they do their brand very well also. They are very true to what they speak on. So if you happen to maybe show up to a farmer's market that they're at, I think you'll find that what they implement and what they show on their social media is also what they show when you're having a real life conversation with them. Yep. So I think, the whole talk on brand, I think there's been a little bit of a misconception about brand. I know when I started my own business, my brand was my logo and it was my colors, and I didn't think it went above and beyond that. And it wasn't until about a year ago to 2 years ago that I realized that like how I show up is my brand, how I speak to my clients is my brand, who I communicate with is my brand. Like it all just comes down to pretty much how you are as a person, how you interact with your business, and pretty much to me it's just how you show up. Would you kind of agree with that?
100%. It's you're always having to be on brand, and there's really two aspects of brand for a lot of entrepreneurs like myself and like you and your sister, etc. There's the personal brand and the professional brand, but oftentimes they kind of meld together. So for example, if I go and speak at a conference, I'm Brian Siddle, but I'm also Brian Siddle from Strong Coffee, and I know every single thing I do is going to get tied back to the brand somehow. So the idea of going to a market, I'm meeting somebody that's part of that brand. It's almost like it's expected that that's just them and they're supposed to act a certain way. And when you start bringing on staff like we have too, every email that gets sent out, every phone call, whether even if it's not from me or one of the partners, it's all about the brand still and staying on brand, being helpful, going above and beyond, teaching as you go. It's a lot to make sure you maintain it, but it's really valuable because you can maintain it. And when people hear the name, they know what you're all about, and that's what you're ultimately going for.
Yeah, and something I learned once from a wise business owner was people should know it's you before they see you or before they hear you. So for me, I really changed the way I do like my social media. Like a lot of my stories that I post or my posts, like people know it's me before they see my name. And for me, that's really big because I want that like recognizable kind of factor to my business. So I think it's important that like with your brand, you have your consistency, you have your, just keep showing up. Like even if you think there's no one there for you, there is. Keep showing up. People will notice you. And that's just really big for my brand is like, I'm there. I might be there too much, but I am there. And I always always want to show up. That's that. Yeah.
And to kind of go further with that, years ago, we built the social media strategy for Strong Coffee, and we realized there were some things that didn't matter if we did them or not, so we got rid of them, etc. And one of the things we really did was we said our Instagram account is going to be just behind the scenes. We're not going to promote anything. It's going to be, here's our office, here are the people, our staff, here's us doing something fun. Now, the fatal flaw in that is if there's a pandemic and everybody's from home, so your Instagram it changes a whole lot. And if you go and look, it was a whole bunch of stuff and then a pandemic happened. Obviously, well, as we start moving back, it'll change. But that's how we decided to carry our brand forward was don't go and do a bunch of branded content over and over again on Instagram, maybe elsewhere, but not on Instagram. Make that about the people. So when somebody emails us or picks up the phone, they kind of know who we are already. And that's been a huge, huge benefit. I've met clients and they'll be like, oh, I saw you on Instagram and I saw so-and-so was doing this. That's the reason we did it. It's on brand, but it's allowing you a sneak peek of behind the scenes of the brand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's all so very important. I love building my brand. That's one thing I'm really passionate about. And like, yes, there is an aspect of branding that is like we mentioned your logo and your colors. And like once you get that figured out, then you work on the next thing. You work on showing up and you work on that consistency and
consistency is so important. And we have one of our partners who's all over us for consistency. When a logo goes out to go on a poster or it's something we're doing at a conference or wherever, this is how big the logo has to be. This is how much spacing has to be around the logo. This is what we say. And it's nice to be able to have that consistency as well, because sometimes in some of our heads, it's like, I'm going to go off a little bit because I think it'd be really cool. No, that's not the brand. The brand is this. These are our colors. This is what we say. This is how the logo appears. It's that. So consistency is extremely important because, if a business started varying what their logo looks like over time, it's kind of it's not going to help you. You think of Coca-Cola, you think of Nike, they don't change. That's the swoosh. That's what it is. There's some variations they might do with color or adding football or hockey to it or whatever, but that's it. That's what they do.
Yeah, no, so true. There was a time in my own business that I was like really relying on other people to kind of build my brand for me. And where I am now, I realize like no one's going to do that for myself but me. So I've been able to figure out what that is for myself and not rely on other people. And I think that's really made a big difference. So everything I do for my business now is for me and I'm showing up for me. So it all comes down.
Yeah, and you're right. being able to build your own brand instead of getting somebody else to do it is big, because you have to be able to walk the walk and talk the talk. And if there's a disconnect somewhere, you're wasting your time. So yeah, it can be daunting when, you know, in an agency like ours, we might have 30, 40 clients on the go at some time. You always got to remember we have to stay consistent, and we have to do something moving forward with the brand, if it's speaking or putting something out on social too. So that can be tough. The brand gets pushed aside sometimes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So you had a chance to look at the Adams & Co. Instagram. So branding and marketing vary a little bit. What would you say about the Adams & Co. marketing?
I would say, from what I can see, consistency was the number one thing for me. Like I said, you can just tell when something is there that they all kind of make sense together. There was a time, for example, on Instagram where it was like, let's keep everything consistent by the same filter. And some people still do that, which is fine. But maybe instead of just simply using a filter, all of our pictures or all of our videos are kind of similar in some ways. So if I put 40 pictures on the wall and 10 of them were from a certain company, you could probably pick out which ones they are. And that was, consistency for me is really important. And you know, anytime you can meld in the people, the products in amongst whatever you're doing, you got it.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, well, I think we're ready to get into
I think we should watch a video.
Yeah, let's get into the Adams & Co. video now. So stay tuned for after that, where Brian and I are going to do a post video.
Chat some more.
Yeah, enjoy.
Today we're going to be speaking to you all about sustainability and small business. And just right off the bat, we wanted to say, like, even though we are really focusing about sustainability today, if you have any questions regarding like small business, about us, any kind of aspect of your small business or what we've personally done, feel free to ask that as well. It doesn't have to be a one-track conversation. But yeah, we can kind of get started. Oops. Okay. So, who are we? So Amanda kind of said already that we are two of the three ladies that are running Adams & Co. Our third partner, I guess, is named Sophia. She has two little ones, so she's at home with them this morning, which is why she can't join us, but that's all good. So yeah, we're a women-run business out of Stony Plain, Alberta. We like to say we specialize in handmade items. And we've kind of been talking more and more how we're kind of like more like a lifestyle brand. We don't really limit ourselves to like one or two products. It's kind of like whatever
Like fits with our brand.
Yeah, whatever fits in our brand, or like things that we just want to make, we kind of integrate that. We feel like our brand is like our lifestyle.
Yeah, it's a reflection of us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
individually and as a group.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So examples of different items that we make scrunchies, we make beeswax wraps and other beeswax products. And we also just make other sustainable lifestyle accessories such as dryer balls, which is a more environmentally friendly alternative to dryer sheets, produce bags, stuff along that sort of wavelength, I guess.
And I think we knew from like the beginning that we definitely like sustainability was something that was going to be important to us in our business. And I think that we've been able to really like key in on that. So I think it's perfect that we're talking about that today.
Yeah, as you'll see more throughout the presentation. So this is kind of like our statement that we kind of say when describing the business. So we strive to hand make aesthetically pleasing, sustainable, and useful products that will allow our customers to make an easy transition into a more environmentally conscious life. So this is something that we're going to dive into a little bit deeper throughout the presentation. But I think just that easy transition part is really important to us. We're not asking our customers or the people in our lives to completely change their lifestyle to be more environmentally conscious or to be more sustainable. It is all about taking small steps in the right direction. And that's kind of something that we hope that we can facilitate in our community and with the people that we know.
Yeah.
And then we always say that our three major things are sustainability, community, and spreading joy. We find that those are the heart of our business, as they're three things that are super important to us individually as a group, and we think it's important to bring those aspects into our business as it shows that we are authentic and bringing our personal life into our business, which we will also talk about today. We kind of said this is our why statement or our mission statement that I read on the previous slide. This is just what it looks like on our website, and some examples of our products on the right hand side there. So our dryer balls on the top, our beeswax wrap sets on the bottom, and yeah. So that's, I guess, like a little summary about us. If you have any questions about us, like feel free again. But we kind of wanted to open the conversation as well. What's a beeswax wrap? Awesome question.
Thanks, Sue.
Yeah, thanks for that question. That's awesome. So if anybody has not heard of beeswax products before, basically they are an alternative to plastic products, especially like in the kitchen where it is like most used, I guess.
A one time.
Yeah, like saran wrap or like a Ziploc. So our beeswax wraps are 100% cotton. We coat them in a beeswax mixture with a bunch of other ingredients in there. Do we have one?
Lots.
Yeah,
They're all here
on hand. We can show you them too. So yeah, basically it's just to replace saran wrap. So you can wrap it around your food. We do have like little baggies so you can put like snacks and stuff in it. This is what they look like. And they just you use your heat of your hands to heat them up. And then you can just like wrap it around your food. So like, I don't really have anything here, but it's like kind of sticky, and yeah.
The texture, when you feel it, you'd understand that like it can mold around anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we've used them for traveling. So like I have like a little one that I cover like the top of my toothbrush with. Instead of using like a Ziploc bag, you use them for snacks. If you cut like an onion in half, store it in the fridge. Yeah. All right. You want to take it on
so this is
guy?
just like some crazy facts when you think about it. When we were just doing some research, like some of this like blew my mind and broke my heart at the same time. So single-use product packaging makes up 1/3 of all trash. If you think about that, that is astonishing. Like that is a lot. Landfills are composed of 35% packaging materials. The way we produce, consume, and dispose of our products and our food accounts for 42% of North America's greenhouse gas emissions. You guys, that's crazy, and we have to do better. And I think that it's daunting in the beginning. And you know, like sometimes we get caught in that place of like, oh, what difference can I really make? But if each one of us are committing to that, like our world would look so much different. So I encourage you to just like soak this in, and we are gonna narrow down some ways that you could be more sustainable in your business for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, crazy facts, and those play into every single one of our businesses, I think. Even if you're not using product packaging, every business does make waste. So even that just plays into all of this. And
even the way that you invoice your customers, are you invoicing them with paper? Is that necessary? Can you switch? Like there's so many, I mean, we're going to talk about this down the road, so I'm kind of butting myself, but like cutting down on the way that you invoice customers, there's so many advantages to it. In one way, everything is in one spot. Like who loses paper? The other day, that's the problem we had. We were delivering something to a customer and we couldn't find, like we did happen to write something down because we were at a market and we just had a pen nearby, and we wrote something down and we lost the paper. Luckily, I remembered the address in my head, or else we would have been a little bit hooped. But yeah, so there's so many advantages to like going paperless, and we'll talk about that more. Brittany, you can go here, I think.
So we just kind of wanted to define sustainability for you guys, because you hear all these terms: sustainable, green, eco-friendly, ethical. What's the difference? And why are we using these terms to describe the way that we're running our businesses, or the way that we want to see the world? So sustainability is the avoidance of the depletion of natural resources in order to maintain an ecological balance, the ability to be maintained at a certain rate or level, or the ability to maintain healthy environments, social and economic systems indefinitely on a local and global scale. So while we're talking about sustainability today, I don't want you to just think that we're talking about cutting back on waste or like not using plastic and things like that. It's so much more than that. Sustainability can also relate to like the longevity of your business. Is your business sustainable? Can it actually be maintained at a certain rate or level, as the second definition kind of states there? So I think that this green side of sustainability can play into the longevity of your business as well and affects that. For example, going green or being more environmentally friendly can be expensive. And that is something that we have noticed.
It's daunting.
Oh, oops. Sorry, I got ahead of myself there. It's very daunting because, for example, and we're going to talk about this more because this is kind of like a big area where we're trying to improve. We use tape in our packaging. Tape's not environmentally friendly, in case anybody didn't know. Didn't even think about that until somebody asked us one time. So we have been looking into alternatives, and it's expensive. If you are not able to afford that bigger change, that's when you start to make those smaller steps towards being more green or eco-friendly, versus sorry, lost my train of thought there. But yeah, I'm taking smaller steps to something that's actually going to be sustainable for your business, something that you can actually keep up with, I guess.
Yeah.
And Levi just asked a question.
Have you tried melted wax?
Yeah.
No, we melt wax a lot, so we should.
Melted wax.
Yeah, like, you know when they used to like have like letters and you'd send a letter and you'd like melt the wax and put it on the thing?
I
But he's
see.
saying just use it as like glue almost.
Yeah.
It'd probably work.
Yeah.
We'll try it today. We're melting wax later. That's what we're gonna be doing all day, you guys, after this. So
Yeah, that's an awesome
this
idea.
is the fun part of the day.
See, we can learn.
We'll try that,
from each
Levi.
other.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Oh, he's got it right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome. And you know what? I think I actually have family who has one of those, so I can bum it off of them. All right. Just gonna close that. Okay, so next thing that I kind of want to define for you guys is green. Do you want to?
Yeah, so like the definition that we took and then we kind of adapted is green is used to explain basically anything that benefits the environment, from business practices to design and products, to pursue knowledge and practices that can lead to more environmentally friendly and ecologically responsible decisions and lifestyles, which can help protect the environment. And so something like switching to your personal life, there's something that goes on and it's called greenwashing in our society. And on the market, there's a lot of products that will like, they'll say that it's a green product and that it's safe to have in your home, it's safe to have around your children, and then you like research this and it's not. So it's like you have to be careful because we're almost like looking into like, I don't want to say that it's a fad because obviously it's not, but like the way that we're marketing products.
Just because something says it's green and eco-friendly doesn't necessarily mean that it is.
Yeah,
basically.
definitely. Exactly.
A lot of these terminology and a lot of these practices in our society, especially in market, there's not a standard to it. So I could have looked into this a little bit better for the presentation, but I know that there are certain things out there on the market where you can say that it's green, but really it only has to pass 1 or 2 standards. So if it's non-toxic or like another kind of standard, I guess, then you can automatically put green on it. That's just an example. But I know like in the clothing industry, for example, a wool product, there's no standard for if they're going to put wool on it. So if it's 1% wool, they can say it's alpaca wool or like whatever, or sheep wool or whatever. And it's like 1% and the rest is like polyester. So that's the kind of goes for the same for these eco-friendly products that you do see out there. So if you're wanting to become more sustainable and more green or more eco-friendly, it really does take time and research, which again, like we were saying, it can be daunting. So that's another thing to play into the sustainability of your business. If it's a big change that's going to bring you a lot of stress and a lot of worry, then maybe that's not the change for you to make. Then you need
At
to,
that time, yeah.
at that time,
Yeah.
exactly, scale down and make a smaller change.
Start small for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that kind of covers green. And then last we have eco-friendly. So eco-friendly, something that does not harm the planet, reduced, minimal, or no harm upon ecosystems or the environment. So eco-friendly is not necessarily benefiting the environment, but it's not harming it.
Mhm.
So I don't know can you think of an example? Or, I mean, like, there are clothing companies, for example, who, let's say they don't like throw away their clothes or whatever. It's like, okay, that's not directly harming the planet,
But
but
that's
it's
already
also not
produced.
benefiting
Yeah.
it because it's already produced and it's already been taking resources. So just a simple example, but all right. So we kind of wanted to tie your guys' personal lives into your business because this is super important and it does play a role in sustainability and being eco-friendly as well. So we just kind of had some general points here, like your personal life and practices always influence your business life.
Mhm.
Whether that's sustainable or not, what you do in your personal life affects your business greatly. Whether it's your relations with people, the way that you live,
Interact with your
the way that you interact with your community, all that kind of stuff. And then some advice that we could offer, like look at your personal life first and then implement into your business later, because it's always going to affect it. If you don't make a change in your personal life, it's not going to properly reflect in your business.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely.
Did you have anything else to add to that?
No, I think it's just less daunting when you're starting in your personal life, and then it just kind of naturally flows into your business.
Yeah. And I mean, there's not as much risk when it comes to that, because like, let's be honest, if you're going to say that, for example, for us in the beginning, we were like, oh, should we put that we're sustainable in our Instagram bio? Just like something silly, but we didn't, because that's a risk. If somebody sees something that we're not doing perfectly, they can call us out for that immediately, right? I think applying something to your personal life first, seeing how it goes, and then working it into your business, that's a less of a risk, because you're going to be able to know if you can actually apply that and do that and say that you're doing that, right? Yeah. Does that make sense? Okay, so we have a couple more questions here. So our first question is, how does your personal life affect your business? This does not have to be sustainability. That's actually our next question. So if anyone just wants to hop on, unless Amanda and Ashley want you guys to each answer. If you guys just have an answer, you can hop on. But how does your personal life affect your business, like not having to do with sustainability or eco-friendly? Okay. Well, while you guys are thinking, or if nobody wants to say anything, that's totally fine. Levi just asked, do you consider yourself a subset of your business, or your business a subset of you? I think
Levi, you got some deep questions.
Yeah, no, they're awesome.
It is awesome.
I think that, well, I can answer personally, but I think I know Janine's answer as well. I think that our business is a subset of us. Definitely. 100%. Yeah. If it's impossible not to insert your own personal likes and dislikes or morals and beliefs into your company. So I think that automatically makes your business a subset of you.
Especially with what we're doing.
Yeah, totally.
Especially with the whole lifestyle portion of it. But I think like a really good example of that is like so our business started in November. I've known Brittany for a couple of years, but we did house tours on Instagram. And obviously our homes were established and they were the way that they were much before we started a business. And then we just did like some fun little like house tours on Instagram stories. And people were like, wow, like your guys' homes are like so similar and your brand comes out through your homes. And that was interesting because obviously that has all been established way before we ever became a business. So I think that just goes to show you that, yeah, like our business is like a product of like, or that our brand is a product of our life and how that we live, and like how similar our branding plays into like our own aesthetic and everything like that.
Yeah, definitely. And even just to apply it to some of you guys, like I think it was William with the lawn service, is that right?
Yeah, and mules.
Yeah, and mules. But I think that even people think if I don't have a product, how does my personal life play into my business? When William goes out, the way that he's conducting himself with these customers and the way that he's putting pride into his work and stuff like that, that is you being reflected in your business. So again, your business is a subset of you, the way that you even conduct what you're doing, the way that you speak with your customers.
Yeah.
Right there, that's you in your business. So awesome question, Levi. And if you guys have any other questions about that, like, feel free. I'll keep the chat up. Okay. Well, we'll move on to the next one. So, oh, sorry guys.
There's a lot going on
yeah,
the
there's a lot going on. Okay. So what do you do in your personal life to be sustainable? I would love if a couple people could answer this, because I'm super interested to see if any of you guys have any like sustainable or green practices in place in your personal lives already, because we might be able to offer advice on how to implement that into your business. And obviously, if nobody feels like answering, that's totally fine. But even if it's a small thing, we'd love to hear it. Yeah, definitely.
There is an app for the town of Stony Plain, and you can, well, it's basically, I first got it because it's a reminder of garbage day. That's how much of not an adult I am, and I need reminders. But then I figured out that it also gives you, like, the app is so cool. You can go in there, you can flip like a piece, like say you bought yogurt from the grocery store. On the bottom of the yogurt container is usually, well, always a number with a little triangle around it. You type that number in and it tells you whether it can be recycled or not. Like, I'm kidding you. I'm not kidding you, I guess. This was like mind-blowing to me because there were so many things that can be recycled and so many things that couldn't be recycled that I thought could. And that was just something, oh my God, I got a question here. That was just something small in my life that I started doing. I'm going to read this.
And it makes a big difference. Yeah.
Not to be on screens too much. We don't watch much. I'll screen free. Oh my God. I love Naomi. Yeah, totally. So we're both educators. So like, I am very passionate about no screens early on, definitely, but limited screen time. So I am with you, and I love that. That's amazing. Business completely waste free to the customers at the moment. That is awesome. Oh, I love that.
And obviously, as time goes on, you might have some struggles with that, keeping it completely waste free. But
and that's okay.
Not,
like, just you, yeah, like you. The oh my goodness, that was bad. You are always going to be evolving as a business, and that's okay. Like, it's okay to not have it all together. It's okay to still be learning. But you guys are on the right path. Like, this is awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'll share a little bit about myself. I'm a photographer, so I'm a service-based company. So when also, if anyone doesn't know, Janine is my sister, so that's my connection there. So when Janine got into her sustainable lifestyle and her minimalist lifestyle, I was like, how as a photographer can I be there? And I didn't think I could, because I show up, I take your photos, and I leave, and that's it. Well, that's not just it. There's more to it. But I got thinking, like, what can I do differently? And honestly, a big thing that I did for myself was I invested in a website to deliver your photos without needing a USB, because my original form was going to the client, meeting with the client, giving them a USB, and I always wrapped it in this little paper, and I stamped it, and I put little annoying confetti everywhere. And I stopped doing that because I'm like, first of all, this is costing me so much money. I can't afford buying these, $10 bags for every customer I have. I can't afford stuffing this with confetti, and I'm sure it's super annoying to everyone. So that's the way I made a change. And also, it's just like, that makes one less trip for me to start up my vehicle and go meet with someone. So yeah, I would definitely agree with the girls that you might not think that you can make a difference or that you are making a difference, but in that little difference, I saved myself money, which you will learn is an amazing thing as an entrepreneur. Saving yourself money, do it anywhere you can. And I am creating less waste, because how many times have you got a USB and you've just been like, well, I don't even know what to do with this thing now. So that's my little two.
What's even a USB? I'm just kidding.
Got scared
But
there
they
for a
are kind of
second.
going to the wayside, yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing, Amanda. That's actually something that I wanted to touch on for the photographers that are here. And I really like that you mentioned, I can't afford this. That is a part of a sustainability in a small business. If that's something that you can't keep, like, even though it wasn't like an eco-friendly thing, even like, it's not something you can keep up with. So why are you still doing it? Getting that stuff out of the way is the longevity of your business. It's going to help it. And then also, I love that you mentioned, like, it saved you a trip starting up your car. Like, that's something that we really don't think about. We do deliveries from time to time. We do try and limit it just because it is a hassle. It's
we'd be
really
running around everywhere.
Yeah, no, it's really nice for customer service, and it's great to like see your customers face to face, even if it is from like the sidewalk. But again, yeah, you're starting up your car, you're driving around everywhere. I know for me, I'll probably stop and get a Starbucks. I've got a plastic cup there with me now because they're not letting you take reusable cups or whatever. But it's just crazy how all that stuff like really does pile up and make such a difference, right? So thanks, Amanda. If anybody else wanted to share in the chat or say something, we'll wait like 30 seconds. If not, we'll move on. Okay, awesome. That wasn't 30 seconds, but if you want to hop in, just do it. So now we're going to move on to how you can begin to implement sustainable practices. So we've obviously been touching on this a lot just because it comes with the territory, and we're going to talk about it where we can. But the first thing that we kind of wanted to, and like, these aren't really like waste related and stuff like that. It's more simple things that you can do with your business to make a difference. So the first one is your why statement. So we shared our why statement at the beginning. The aesthetically pleasing, environmental transition, that statement that we kind of talked about, that's our why statement. So also known as a mission statement, which you've probably heard more commonly, explains what a business does and who it does it for. So I think Rebecca, she does photography, I believe. She said right at the beginning, she says, portraits, small groups, that's part of your mission statement. That's who you're doing your business for, right? So that was awesome. So we just kind of wanted to ask like a general question. Does your why statement include your environmental efforts? Obviously, this isn't something that will fit with every business.
Like, it might not naturally fit in your why statement, and that's okay.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Like for us, it obviously works because that is a big part of our business. It's one of our three major pillars, I guess. The community, sustainability, and spreading joy. But even if it's not in your why statement, if that's something that you have on your website or in your Instagram bio, or you do touch on it generally often, that's something that your customers are going to notice and hopefully like about you. I don't see why not, but just including that where you can to share. And then yeah,
definitely. And even just if it's important to you, it's going to reflect in your business.
Totally. Yeah, for sure. That goes ties in with the business life into business, or sorry, personal life into business life. So yeah, that's just one simple thing. And then reflection. So looking at your why statement and then reflecting on your practices. If you guys want to write this down or think about it, or if you have any questions about it, I think it's really, really important. And we'll share some of our experiences with this as well. So for the reflection, taking a critical look at your materials, how you obtain them, how you use them, and how you dispose of the excess. I think a lot of us don't think of how we obtain our materials. Amazon's a click away, and like we're guilty of that too. How we're using them is kind of more of like the easy part, because if you are doing things environmentally friendly or more sustainably in your business, how you're using them is usually where that's reflected. And how you're disposing of excess or of the waste that you have. But yeah. Anything to add to that?
Yeah, I just think like sometimes you have to think out of the box. Like I think about Naomi and her business, because it's the box business, right? Is that I got the right person?
Name?
Yeah. Okay, so like I was thinking about your business the other day, because I kind of gave we got Amanda to kind of like give us a lowdown of each of your guys' business, and then you guys did it again, but thanks. But like I was thinking about it, and I was like, well, how could that relate to her business? And I kind of thought like maybe there's like an option, and maybe this is already a thing, or maybe you're not interested in it, but maybe there's an option where at the end, like, you know, they could give the box back and maybe like get a discount on the next box or something, so that like maybe you're changing it up and you're cycling through it, or maybe that's not related to your business at all. I don't know, but like just trying to think, and maybe you can pop in, or you're frozen. Okay. I wasn't sure,
But yeah, just things like that. That's very
Oh.
out of the box.
Thank you. I see what you did there.
Ah, I didn't even mean to do that.
Thank you. That's a great idea. Yeah, just like something like to encourage them, because like I know kids. I work with kids. They may eventually bore of something, and the excitement of getting something else. So like maybe like a buyback option or something cool like that.
Yeah. And I think that also relates to, we may have like very limited packaging or recyclable packaging, but that doesn't mean that the customer is going to recycle it or use it again, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's where like an option like that, where you bring it back to where you got it for a discount to be reused, or for example, again, you, Naomi, for you to dispose of correctly, to recycle or whatever. Because I know for us, we have around our wrap sets, and it was in the first photo there. If you guys can't remember, that's totally fine. But we fold our wraps like in a rectangle, and then we have a piece of paper that goes around with a sticker on the front. That paper is obviously recyclable, but that doesn't mean that our customers aren't just throwing it in the garbage, where that plays into, yes, you may have recyclable material, but I think you should also try and limit it in case it's going straight into the trash. Yeah. Right?
Yeah. And I think, I don't know if it plays in here, and it's not totally related, but like sometimes when you're on this sustainability journey, we'll call it journey because there's no, like, you're always going to be working on this. You might, when you're on this journey, you might miss out on things, and like, that's okay. So like, I'll just give an example on that. We've really been not pushing, but we've been working on getting our products into like local little shops that we love. And we went to a shop that we loved, and the only way to have our beeswax products there, so like how we sell them right now, like Brittany said, is just with a cardboard piece here. You can see our product. But how this store, the only way that they would have our products in their store is if we had it in plastic packaging. And I mean, it's kind of ironic because here we have something that's supposed to save plastic, one-time plastic use, and we're covering it in plastic. So that was just like, we had to just kind of like miss out on that opportunity. Yeah, like it just, like, so you will, like, there's times where you're going to be like, oh darn, like I'm on this journey and I have to miss out on that. And it's okay. Like, you don't have to sacrifice like your own business ethics just because, like, to make an extra couple bucks, because really, what would it end up being? Just a couple bucks, really. So yeah, I don't know. I guess I just want to throw that in there.
Yeah, no, I didn't even think about that. And that's an awesome example, because yeah, I mean, we're talking kind of about like sustainability. Like that's also not going to be a sustainable fit for your business if you're trying to be eco-friendly, because you are compromising what you have set out to do. And people notice that. Like that's like people do notice that. To share a little bit of my personal life as well, Adams & Co. is not our full-time gig. Like Janine said, she's an educator. I'm in my last year of getting my teaching degree. And right now I'm working at Campers Village. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's a camping store. We carry a lot of brands, one that we're going to talk about a little bit later. We carry a lot of brands that are like, we're for the planet and we love being sustainable and being green and helping the earth. We get a shipment from them, and every single piece of clothing is covered in plastic. And my coworkers and I, we noticed that. We're like, this is how is this okay? Like, this is like lying to the customer because
they're not going to see that packaging.
they're not
right?
going to
'Cause you
see
take
that
it off.
packaging. We take it off and hang it up, and then it looks all pretty and like perfectly environmentally friendly, when really when we're buying that stuff, we're supporting them. Keep putting it in plastic, and it's one-time use plastic. It gets ripped open, and we at my store, we do reuse it for stuffing backpacks or like wherever we can.
Yeah.
But again, that's something that
So I'll ask
people
you a
don't see.
question. Is that a product you invest in?
I try not to, of
Exactly.
course.
So,
like,
you know what I
again,
mean? Like-
that's in your personal life, and I'm not perfect.
But
Sometimes
of
from
course,
time
like
to
that's
time.
like a product you might avoid now because you know that like
Totally.
it's
And that's how your customers might see it. If you're
Yeah.
putting out information saying that you're environmentally friendly, like us, and they go to a store and see this in plastic packaging, our credibility is gone, right? And that's something that can be daunting as well. We keep talking like it's daunting, but again, we're going to talk about taking small steps later because that's the best way to do it. And then another example, just because we're on this track, at my job also, we used to have plastic bags, and we're an outdoor store, and we really encourage people to get outside and take care of the environment and don't leave garbage at sites, whatever. But me and my coworkers were like, we have plastic bags, like what is going on? And we had customers notice too. And finally, this past fall, we switched to paper bags. So that was a win. But that even just shows, like, even these big businesses, right? Like,
can Campers Village sue us for talking about that?
no.
Don't tell.
Hey, it's like public knowledge. Come on. A thought to your paper wrap and it being recycled. What if?
Yeah.
Ooh,
You know
love
those rings that we have for teethers?
And you know what? Yeah, exactly. We used to make baby teethers that came with a wooden ring, and we don't make them anymore. So those are sitting in our storage room,
which we'll definitely use eventually for something.
And that's a use that we could use them for.
Idea.
Thanks, Levi. That's awesome. Again, we can always learn from each other.
Yeah, and it is actually better to store them rolled up. So
yeah, cool. Thanks.
Levi wants commission.
All right. So couple questions again, and like obviously we're not forcing anybody to answer, but one question that we kind of thought of was, where are you already implementing sustainable practices and where can they be improved? Even if you want to do this after and write this down, make a list of where you're already doing this and places, and then you'll notice places that you can grow. And then you can decide, is it sustainable for your business? Can you afford it?
Is it something I can do right now, or is it something that's going to take a year? And that's okay.
But yeah, I think it's really important to keep a list of your ideas and how you can make your business more sustainable and something that you can reflect on later. And then we've kind of talked about this as well, but aside from your environmental efforts, are your practices ensuring the longevity of your business? So we've been talking about that a lot as well, because that is sustainability. So when you're making that list, like I just said, but making sure it's something that you can actually physically keep up with or economically keep up with, or else it's a waste. Okay, and then I think this is like the last kind of like example for making your business more sustainable in ways that aren't packaging and stuff. Yeah, thanks, Sue. That's awesome.
Sustainability goal.
Yeah, awesome. So the last thing I wanted to talk about was transparency. So we've kind of already done this here, like, oh no, I don't even think we talked about it yet. But anyways, I'll talk about that after. So transparency, this can either be creating a transparency document, also known in this kind of world as a sustainability manifesto. Ooh. Very fancy, or being open and honest with your followers, supporters, and customers about your sustainability efforts. Mm-hmm. So that means recognizing your faults, and then nobody can use them against you also. Like, that might sound kind of like, I don't know if that sounds sleazy or not, but like, I don't know. Like, you know, just like kind of like, I don't know, like bad.
No, but people love
honesty.
Like authenticity. Yeah, and
authenticity.
honesty and like the rawness behind having a small business. And yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so for our example, like, we don't have a transparency document or a sustainability manifesto. That's something that these larger companies usually do, though, like a transparency document. But for us, like we've been very like vocal and open on our Instagram and our Facebook, because that's where we do most of our communicating with our customers and stuff, about the areas that we need to grow in and asking for recommendations from them, kind of like we've been doing today, and you guys have been giving us recommendations, which we really appreciate. But yeah, one example for us is, again, with our wraps, when we fold them around like this, we use tape, which is not recyclable apparently. So we've said that on our Instagram stories like multiple times, like, hey, we are trying our best. This is where we can learn to grow. And hey, if anybody has an awesome recyclable tape option that you could recommend to us, we'll take it. Yeah, exactly. No, I know, but I'm saying like, that's us on our Instagram stories, like being open and honest about that. That's that transparency. Yeah. But yeah, we may have a
Sorry, I
solution
thought you were
already.
literally asking.
No. Sorry, I was being more like hypothetical. If I was
No one
like in an
throws out rubber
Instagram
bands.
story.
Do you think no one throws out rubber bands?
They break eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, that works. That's an option for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, just being open and honest. Like if you decide that you do want to be more sustainable in your efforts in your business and you have that room to grow, be honest with your customers. Just be like, hey, I have been learning a lot more about sustainability and being more eco-friendly. I'm going to try and implement this.
And then I think almost your audience changes a bit. Like it shifts, you know, like
definitely.
you kind of draw in people that sustainability is also important to them, right? And then you look at, you've already opened yourself up to a whole new market, right? Which is so important to to widen your customer base.
Yeah, definitely. So let's go to the next slide here. Yeah, and then these are obviously more physical or like quick changes that you can make, I guess, taking action. So your packaging, which we've talked about a lot, business waste. So that could be like what your product comes in, or if you think of anything else, feel free. Ethical sourcing. So just because something's cheap, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's, well, if something's cheap, it might not be ethical. So that also has to play into your business, because again, your personal morals and beliefs play into your business, right? And then supporting local. Like I mentioned before, one of our pillars is community, and supporting local is part of being a part of a community. And when you're doing that, you're feeding into like your local economy, which is eventually going to turn around and help you. You're creating relationships with people in your community who could be a potential customer.
And when you're supporting local, like I'll give an example, like we obviously do a bit of fabric shopping. And so we tend, I'd say 95% of our fabric shopping is local. Is this the most economical way to do it? No, we end up paying more always. But it's so important to us to buy our fabrics locally, no matter the extra dollar amount that we're paying. But if you look at the reasons why that makes us more sustainable, for example, the 5% that we have not bought locally, we placed an order, and we placed that order in April. And it
got here like 4 days ago.
So like when basically the only reason we ordered online is because everything closed down, and we were still, our business had not closed down. We were still busier than ever during everything that happened the last couple months that I'm sure you're aware of. And so like the gas emissions that it would have took, like, I don't know whether that came, I'm sure it came by multiple sources, whether that was ground or air. And how long did we wait for that? Like
3 months.
3 months.
Like, it's just like obviously not going to work for us. It was a last resort, but.
For wax wrap, so we have used like clothes for like a second life, for example, we use for scrunchies. We haven't used them for wraps just because it is going to be then used on a food product. So we don't use.
It has to be 100% cotton, which is hard to come by.
Exactly. Yeah. And hard to know whether a material is 100% cotton.
Yeah. But yeah, good question. We definitely use it for scrunchies.
Yeah. We reuse a lot. Like a shirt, like I don't need it anymore. I cut it up.
Yep, exactly. And again, in your personal life, that's something too. Like, a I cut up like old towels that are just kind of like dingy, or like old clothes that you can use for rags, or like I haven't bought paper towel in I don't know how long, because I just wash stuff, cut up old stuff, and then just wash it after. It's like a small step again that you can take in your personal life. But yeah, those are kind of our more taking action, and then the other ones were more like reflective, I guess. So
this was incredible. Honestly, the fact that it was 2 hours on the dot, I'm very jealous of. Like, that was absolutely, I was like, yeah, you guys knocked that out of the park. So incredible. So students, please share the love. I am going to email all of our presenters that have social media, but if you could please follow these girls on Instagram. And I mean, just because my sister, I'm gonna do this. If you have any questions, please message them. They're here to help you. They're here to support you. They've been in your footsteps. Please reach out to them. Please, if you have any questions, reach out to us, reach out to them, anything you need. So yeah, thank you, ladies. That was absolutely phenomenal. We're gonna be posting them about the lovely Adams & Co. ladies on social media. Please show some love because these ladies are great.
So we want to send a big thank you to the ladies at Adams & Co. for that amazing presentation. We hope that you learned something, and we love to hear about what you learned in the comments if you would like to share that. But yeah, that was an awesome presentation.
It was very good.
Yeah. All right. So I think we're just gonna change up the conversation a little bit here and maybe talk about like some of the maybe challenges of being an entrepreneur. So do you have any like specific stories that you had in mind for challenges?
There are no challenges. It's the easiest thing ever.
Right.
Yeah, it's I would say becoming an entrepreneur is there's gonna be challenges every day. Like whether they're little challenges or really, really big ones, and you can't really prepare for all of them. I know a few different ones that I can think of that are, not necessarily related to certain projects because you get those every day. But I know when we decided on the name Strong Coffee, that was a challenge, not so much with any of our staff or any clients internally with the 4 partners. And so originally our name was SBX Media, and SBX stood for Sandbox, which at that time, it still kind of is. It's like a very digital term for playing in the sandbox and trying things out and that kind of thing. So we were SBX Media, and we were that for a number of years, 3-4 years. And one day, one of our clients phoned, and they're like, "Hey, we just talked to somebody in your office, and he was asking if we wanted to become a client and if we should send a quote along." And we're like, "What are you talking about?" Because at that time, I think there was like 5 of us. So it's like, it wasn't any of us. It turns out there's an SBX marketing company. I believe they were in Southern Alberta, maybe Calgary. And our client had accidentally phoned them. And it was like, well, this is stupid. And at that time, too, we were kind of battling with the idea of SBX because people didn't really know what it was. And they would get it wrong all the like SDC and they'd always get it wrong. So we were like, let's change it. So we decided between the 4 partners, we got to come up with a new name. So one of the biggest hurdles, honestly, between the 4 partners was coming up with the name Strong Coffee. And originally it was put forward by one of our partners, the other Brian, and he had found it in a magazine article. It was talking about some of the early days at Pixar Studios, which of course have made a million, The Incredibles and Nemo, etc. And they were talking about how when Pixar was just starting out, there was a small group of guys that would go into the Disney offices from Pixar and just kind of stir things up and get people to think about new ideas. And they called themselves Strong Coffee. So one of our partners came across that in an article and they said, well, why couldn't Strong Coffee marketing be a thing? And we talk about getting people to think differently about marketing and digital, etc. And I hated it. I thought it was so stupid. And I was totally against it because I don't drink coffee. I said, people are going to think we're a coffee company. I don't think that's a good idea. And I was really dead set on a different name. And eventually kind of came around to it. And it's been one of the best decisions we've ever made. We were able to design a cool kind of simplistic logo, and the colors black and white will always be in fashion. We don't have to worry about that. There's always brand colors wherever we go. Like, there's never, can we find the right shade of red? It's black and white. So it's really simple. But that was a challenge that we faced, along with just daily challenges. I mean, even today, trying to run around and do some production stuff, that's just, that's going to happen, and you have to be able to deal with it. And And that's something that you can't let yourself get down about, because if you went into every day as an entrepreneur worried that something was going to go wrong, don't bother. Like, something, it will go wrong every day. That's the way it works. So it's how you get over it.
Yeah, definitely. That's so true. There are many challenges, but hopefully the positives outweigh the.
They do. Most days they do. Yeah. And there's, especially early on, there were always challenges with when do we hire our first staff person? When do we move into an office? We were a home-based company for three or 4 years to start with. And I mean, when COVID hit, it wasn't really a big thing for us to transition to home, because it's like, remember when we used to do this? Like, go back to your houses. But obviously, I think for any entrepreneur watching or that have been in business for these past 15 months, COVID was a situation that was like no other. Like it you know, you might have issues that come up along the way in your daily life, but you can usually figure out a way around them. COVID was one that literally just shut things down and got people thinking completely differently. So I applaud any entrepreneur that's survived the last 15 months, because there's no books that we can read to see how an agency made it through the last pandemic. That's just not a thing, right? So it is really tough. I can only imagine in hospitality. It's just completely different now, but it's a challenge we face, and onwards, I guess that's all we can do.
Yeah, so true. So you guys were kind of able to overcome some of those COVID problems.
Yeah, we're back in the office for the first time in a really long time. We haven't used, we were just telling somebody earlier, we haven't used our boardroom as a boardroom since the Tuesday before everybody got sent home. So that's 15, 16 months at this point.
Yeah, it's been a journey, but we did it.
So far. We have done it so far.
True. Okay, well, we are ending on a super motivating high point here. We have an interview that I did with a real estate agent named Ben coming at you next. If you don't follow him on Instagram, I recommend that you definitely do. Towards the end of the video, after his presentation, it'll show his username. But if you want to find him now, his username is that real estate guy. And I'm really excited for everyone to hear from him,
He has
because
a lot of energy.
Very motivating, and very honest, just an honest guy. So why don't we get into that video, and we'll see you after that. Hi, Ben. Thanks for joining us today. Would you mind just sharing a little bit about yourself for our viewers?
Yeah, sounds great. I'm Ben Lotes. I'm 36. I live in Spruce Grove. I have 4 children, 12, 10, 8, and 6. Been married for 14 years, and what I'm most notably known for at this time of my life is being a real estate agent.
Awesome. Yeah. You're quite a creative real estate agent, which definitely caught my eye, which is why we wanted to interview you, because we think your energy is great, and we think that people can learn a lot from you. So yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out.
Awesome. All right, so we will get started. I have some questions written down for you here. Let's start with our first question. The horrible COVID question that I think everyone's tired of, but we should still ask. So how has COVID affected your attitude towards supporting local or small businesses?
Oh, for real. I know so many people personally that run these businesses in Spruce and Stony and Parkland. So um, to me, it's very real where that $20 goes. Sometimes we think it just kind of goes into the company, but like literally, these are people feeding their own families. So for me, it's definitely ramped up. You know, for my closing gifts for clients, and I'm happy to go and get gift cards. I'm happy to buy. Everything I do is local when it comes down to that stuff. So huge.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely so important. So we like that for sure. Why is young entrepreneurship so important to you?
I think there is something spectacular about the ability to make your own way from scratch in life. It's spectacular. And I have nothing against people being employed. I myself have an employee, and it's so necessary, but the belief that you can create money out of nothing, out of an idea, out of a service, out of an ability is spectacular. I mean, if that's possible, what else is possible? So it's a really like it's a pretty exciting thing to me, the thought of making money out of your brain, as opposed to putting your hours in, and I got paid this much per hour. You're like, I had an idea and then I executed this idea. Someone actually paid me money for something that came from my mind, and now I have money. That to me is like I get jittery just thinking about it. It's why it's a wild idea, and it's so empowering.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really neat, and I love seeing all the young entrepreneurs in the community just with all their
Yeah.
amazing ideas, and that first kind of like paid job when we see our
Oh,
students is such a good feeling. So exciting.
it's a mind-blowing feeling to like, create something, and then it works and you have like money, and you're like, what, wait a second. And then our human brains do this thing where you're like, okay, if I did that and I got $20 for it, what if I just did that more? I could have more than $20, right? Like it just opens up this limitless possibility. And that alone, just to have the limitless possibility available here, is so exciting.
Absolutely. For sure. Yeah, I love that. So, what would you tell yourself if you could start over as a young entrepreneur?
Mm. Oh, I wasted a lot of time in my young years as an entrepreneur. I thought I was busy. I had one kid. I thought I was being productive. Um, and I wasted a lot of time doing crap that didn't matter. But I thought it mattered because we have identity things, we have who we think we are, and if I do this, it'll mean this, and people will think this. And I think I would say something along the lines of, just do what matters. Don't worry about how it makes you look. Don't worry about any other opinions. Don't worry about, just go for that goal and execute, and let the other stuff pass away. um and then this is just personal. I'd probably go back to myself and be like, you know what, Ben, it is going to be okay. There's some pretty rough years in the entrepreneurial journey.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, that gave me goosebumps. I definitely relate to everything you just said. So, yeah,
Yeah.
for sharing that. That's really awesome.
Sweet.
Yeah, our next
This
question
is so fun. I'm having so much fun.
awesome. Our next question is, what is the biggest lesson that you've learned as an entrepreneur?
Mm. Time is insanely valuable. Money will come and go. Money is not the be all and end all. It's helpful. It proves that you're doing it right. It's a good measure, but time, uh, you don't get back. And me having 4 children, being successful, having money, all of a sudden you realize that how you spend your time is insanely valuable. And when you see your 12-year-old and you remember that she was 11 years ago, you start to realize the next 6 years until she's 18, each minute counts, and money can't buy back that time. And so that to me is one. And I think another really valuable lesson I've learned is, get a hold of your emotions, use your passion as a tool, but don't be run by your emotions and your passion. It's a really interesting thing. It's like when you play Mario Kart back in the day, when you hit those speed strips, that's your passion. Hit those speed strips strategically, but don't be run by your passion. Or it's like when you start on Mario, where you press A, like it's like 3, 2, 1, and if you press A too early, you just burn out at the start. Don't press A too early. Use your passion as a weapon, not as your ultimate fuel. I think that'd be a huge thing. I burnt out a lot. I am a redheaded fourth born. I am ready to crush at all moments, and I've had to learn how to harness that because I wrecked a lot of stuff with my passion and had to fix it later.
Wow. Yeah. Burnout is very real. And I think we
Yeah.
experience it at all ages and it comes very differently. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely a big, valuable lesson for entrepreneurship for sure. It's like setting up those boundaries for your personal life and your business life are very important. So
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. So our next question is can you describe a typical day in your life?
Oh my gosh. Okay. On any given day, I wake up, on a good day, uh, 5:30, not because I'm Mr. Motivation, but because I have to. And if I don't, everything's gonna die. Um, and put on my slippers, put on my dad robe, go have a coffee, an espresso. I'll sit in my chair and I'll just start picking away at things that I said I would do either yesterday or 4 days ago that are just behind. My reality every day is I'm behind. And so you're just kind of working out of this getting water out of the boat paradigm. So how much water needs to go out first. So I'll pick away at that. And then I don't know, around 8:30, 8 o'clock, my kids will get up, my wife will get up. And then we just kind of hang out for a bit. That's the joy of our life. Right now, our kids are homeschooled because COVID is crazy and we love having them around. So maybe I'll do some homeschooling for a bit, but you take some time. This morning from 9 to 10, I played Minecraft with my 8 and 6-year-old. And it was super fun. I had my coffee. We played Minecraft for an hour. My phone was blowing up, but you know what? You'll get to it. And then typically, like on a day like today, I have 5 different appointments to be at. My phone will probably get somewhere around 70 to 80 texts, and about 20 of those will be emergencies. I will get home tonight from all of those appointments somewhere around 7:30. We'll eat some weird amount of supper that's cold. Put the kids to bed, watch some YouTube with them or something like that, and then hang out with my wife for a bit and die on the couch, and then wake up and do it all again on the next day. That's
Wow.
pretty typical. I'd say that's a pretty typical day. Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like quite the grind, but I
Yeah.
respect that hustle for sure.
It's good. It's good. I'm so thankful for it, right? There's a lot that people don't even have that opportunity to grind. So there's a lot of gratitude in the midst of that.
Absolutely. So we kind of discussed boundaries earlier. So just speaking more on that, how do you kind of shut that like work life off when you're at home?
Yeah, it's definitely being a realtor, and I've been self-employed since I was 17 years old. So my wife and I met when I was 19 and 18. So the only life we know is self-employed. I've always worked from home. With real estate, I work from home. So it is a part of our life. So the balance is like I just work at the kitchen table and the kids are running around, and I'll tell my clients, hey, just so you know, you're in a car with 4 kids. So, you know, just you're gonna hear sounds, but we're good, right? Like for me, it all just has to flow. I'm not the guy that's like, everybody be quiet, and then I have to like go like 20 feet away, and there has to be complete silence, or I'm not a professional. It's like, you know what? It's not that. Everything has to flow, or else, because otherwise you just can't. You can't code switch back and forth. So I think for boundaries, I think for me, what it comes down to, and by no means do I have this worked out. It's like I said this morning, I'm going to spend an hour with my boys on Minecraft. My phone is going to buzz like 12 times. It's going to ring. So I'm just going to wait because this is super valuable with my boys. Once that particular amount of time is up, let me get on the flipping phone and let's deal with stuff, right? So I think it's literally just here, 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 and at the end of the day, you had like a whole bunch of different blocks of time that you made work. That probably doesn't make a lot of sense,
No,
and
that
that's okay.
yeah, no, awesome. Thank you. So my next question would be, like I noticed, and I think a lot of people noticed who follow you that you're extremely creative and that again, you've got a lot of energy. So how important is that to you for like representing yourself as a real estate agent? Like how does that creativity play a role?
I think I would hate this job if I didn't do those creative things. Um, if anything, it's a bit of an outlet for me, um, to just have fun, to have the ability to have ideas. It's that entrepreneurial thing that I talked about, to have thoughts that become reality daily, right? Every listing video is my dumb brain creating a 5-minute product that for me personally, I will giggle at, which is what matters to me the most. Like, if I think it's funny, I don't even care if you don't think it's funny. That's hilarious. And so for me, I think it is the fuel for me. Like, it keeps it going, just that it's not an everyday thing. It's not just the same thing every day. I'm not built that way. So that creativity is like the key. I love putting Instagram posts up. I love interacting with people. I am like a classic extrovert that is like so energized with humans, right? Even right now, like one of my armpits is sweating because I'm having so much fun talking as a human. And so it's those elements that are unknown. It's those elements. I don't know how my day is going to go, but I'm going to meet 5 people. I love that. I'm not a pre-planner. I'm an in the moment executor. So all of that is creativity, how I talk, how I communicate with people. We make them a video. All of those unknowns keep it alive for me. And other entrepreneurs aren't that way. Some of them are like, I need my ducks. We're going to execute those ducks. I can't do that. I got to crush in the moment, baby.
For sure. No, that's awesome. Okay, so we're just gonna do a quick speed round. So I'll ask
Yes.
a few questions and we'll get your answers here. So our first question, do you prefer pizza or pasta?
Oh, pizza, but pasta a very, very close second. But pizza all day.
Awesome. Do you prefer country music or pop music?
I'll go pop all day. I'm not against country, but pop's good. Pop, I can go with pop. No problem.
Awesome. What's your favorite TV show?
Oh my gosh. Seinfeld forever. Currently, there's nothing good on right now. I got nothing. Seinfeld classic all day.
Awesome. And then what is your absolute favorite food?
My mom has made lasagna since I was a kid, and it is so cheesy and full of ragu pasta sauce. It's just, and like cottage cheese. It's just, and when it gets like 5 hours old, it just turns into this brick of cheese and pasta, and you could just bite it like a brownie.
Yum.
Yeah, that's
That,
it right there. Like
that
deathbed food right there.
awesome. Okay, so that wraps up our questions, but I just wanted to leave it open. Do you have any words for the young entrepreneurs that will be tuning into this?
Yeah, I'm gonna say one thing to anybody that has that passion to make something of themselves, to take those risks, to be rejected, to put themselves out there. This is a brutal journey, but the payoff is amazing, and it's so worth it. And so, there's a few words of wisdom that some people gave me that really stuck with me. And in my life, typically simple things remain. There's a lot of everything you can think about, but there's these simple benchmarks that stick with me. So one person said to me when I was 17 and I was going to start teaching piano, he said, don't make it about the money first, because you'll become a slave to money. So you're going to make money, and that's part of the equation, but don't let your decisions be based on money first. Make it about the person first. So that always guided me. Okay, am I doing this based on how much I think I can get, or am I doing this based on how my gut feels about this? So that's one. The next one was, in your decisions, really look at yourself, because as an entrepreneur, you're offering a service. Are you trying to serve yourself first in your decision, or are you actually putting the interests of your client first? And if your authentic answer is no, I was trying to make that easier for me, or no, I was trying to save a couple bucks, at the end of the day in your business, if in any way you're serving your interests before your clients, it's not going to go well in the end. So those are two really, really important things that really guided me when I had some tough calls to make. Because when you're an entrepreneur, guess what? You don't have money. I'm sorry. You have money later, but in all those years of starting, life sucks, bro. And you're like, I've missed mortgage payments. I've had to like ask friends for 120 bucks to pay an energy bill. Like, it sucks. And it's really easy to put money first. It's really easy to put your interests first. Don't do it. Stick to those principles. Put people first, because at the end of the day, your reputation, what you do when no one's watching, and decision after decision of integrity eventually just keeps cashing up in that ephemeral bank account that eventually it spills out and people know who you are, reputation wise, for the unseen things. So I think ultimately I'd say that. And I'd say this: if you've got that fire in your heart, if you've seen, as you look ahead, no, I got this. There's this thing in me that says I have to do this. Don't give up. I have wanted to give up literally dozens of times where I'm just like, I can't do this. This is too hard. This is not working. But there were things that I saw in my life that I knew I was meant to go for. Just go 1 more inch, see how that feels. Just go 1 more centimeter, see how that feels. You don't have to do a foot every day. Sometimes it's a millimeter, but it's still progress forward. Just don't give up if you've got that in you.
Wow. Okay. Well, that is very inspiring. I will have goosebumps probably for the rest of it. So, thank you so much, Ben, for taking time. Like you said, you have a very busy schedule, so we really appreciate it, and we appreciate
No
your
problem.
support for young entrepreneurs in the community. And yeah, just thanks again. And it was awesome chatting with you today.
My joy, Amanda. Honestly, thank you so much. All you entrepreneurs, just friggin' give her. That's all I got to say. Just give her, bro. Send it.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Ben.
Shout out to Ben, that real estate guy, for that amazing presentation. Take the time to check him out on Instagram. I think you will get a good chuckle if you follow him, because that guy's got some jokes and a lot of energy. So I wish I had that energy right now.
We're both looking at each other going, is it the end? Did we make it?
But that's okay, because I think we had a good day. So
I think we had a great day.
Yeah, so if you're with us and you've been with us since the morning, thank you. Wow, we hope that you had a fun time. If you're just tuning in, unfortunately, we're done.
But you can rewatch it. So the full day will be on the website. So that's YETI cfinsider.ca/YETI. You'll find the full day recorded on there from probably Monday. We'll put it up on there, and you'll also be able to see the individual videos on our YouTube page from the beginning of next week as well.
Yeah, and then this replay is also available on YouTube, so feel free to check that out. You would know that if you're with us right now, though. But yeah, just a big thank you for tagging along and watching and your guys' comments. But we thought maybe we'd take this time to leave the comments open for you. If you have any questions or anything that you'd like to add or anything, please feel free to do so right now. And I also wanted to mention that if you have any questions that come up maybe this weekend or next week, next year, please feel free to message us on our YETI Instagram.
Mhm.
We monitor that quite regularly, and we're very happy to chat there. So we love chatting entrepreneurship. So yeah, we'd be happy to just kind of answer some of your questions there and yeah, have a conversation.
Yeah, I think so. So in terms of what's coming up next, what we want to do is add to the follower account on YouTube, on the YouTube channel. We're going to start uploading regularly. So for young entrepreneurs to access information whenever they get the opportunity, and we have a chance to talk to interesting people who we think that you will enjoy listening to. And also little training videos and things. We already have one up there on Canva right now, and we'll be adding to that. So if you're a young entrepreneur and just want to look at what resources are available to you through our YouTube channel, that's where to go. We also are going to put some downloadable information on the YETI page. So again, that's cfinsider.ca/YETI. At the moment, it just talks about this event, so we will add to that. That's also the place to follow our 500 Club winners. So as well as doing this live day, we also are running a 500 Club, which is to support, I think we have 9 entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, in our region, and we're supporting them throughout the summer. So you'll be able to read all about them and follow them. They are also on Instagram, so you'll be able to see them on Instagram and support them if you can, if you're local.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's chat a little bit more about our giveaway before we end the day here. So we talked about the giveaway kind of in the beginning of this day and then a little bit towards the middle. But to enter that giveaway, you will want to go find our secret post on Instagram. And first of all, like us, follow us. It's always nice to have you tag along so you can get updates that way. But you're going to find that post and comment what business you would start if you had access to kind of like, let's just say all of the money in the world. So what would you do? Yeah.
What great idea do you have? Let's look for originality, fun, as well as a practical business opportunity. So see if you can mix all those things together for your idea.
Yeah, so if you're not watching in live time, no worries. The giveaway closes on Monday, July 12th at 11:59 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, and we'll be announcing that giveaway winner just on our Instagram. So be sure to enter that. There's some YETI swag up for grabs. There's some really good treats from Kick-Ass Caramels, and there's a $25 gift card that is being donated by Legit Kicks. So big thanks to Legit Kicks for that. And speaking of thanks, I'd like to give another thank you to our team here at Strong Coffee who helped us pull the day off and helped us when we were like,
didn't actually have to do it.
Yeah, they definitely helped us throughout the day. And a big thank you to our sponsors. We have our business sponsors, Next Gen Transportation, Elements Health, and our municipal sponsors, Town of Stony Plain and Brazeau County, and to everyone else that helped support us and watched. I mean, that's all ways of supporting. So we appreciate each one of you so much. And
everyone else behind the scenes as well.
Yes, everyone. Yeah, everyone.
In the world. Okay, let's wrap it up then. So thank you very much for being with us today, and take care, and hopefully we'll be back next year for another YETI Live Camp Day. Bye-bye.